So we're gonna be over there.
So are both sides in operation?
Huh?
Are both sides in
Yeah.
Okay. So
You can go over there.
you just one guy in the middle,
Yeah. I'll be over here. I'll be like, whatever, like this.
Do some crazy
Yeah. And then like you'll be over there.
Yeah.
You'll see. You're over there. Don't come over here. Oh yeah. All right. So you can face. You can face around that side.
You ready?
Let me get back there.
Robert, do you want me to?
No, just leave that down.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just leave those.
Okay.
This is not for you. This is for Doug when he comes up. I'll give it to him.
Okay. I'm ready when you are.
That one's yours.
Yep.
Okay, let me get back here.
Yep. Hello. I'm not seeing the light on this one. There we go. See, to me, the minus would have, the circle to me looks like it's on, and the minus looks as off. All right, most everybody's in, yeah? Kevin? T minus, very good. Man, this is like Christmas, or maybe Christmas Eve. This is my favorite. Like, if you guys are an NCAA tournament people, I like round one more than the actual national championship game, just because there's so much variety. And that is always the feeling I get. I am so excited to be here. My name is Don Wettrick. I'm the CEO and founder of the STARTedUP Foundation. Before we begin, I want to talk to you a little bit about the mission and vision of what we do. Our mission is to teach students to view life through the lens of innovation and entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And the vision there is to build up a generation with an opportunities are everywhere mindset, fueling innovation, hope for our communities and country and the world. What does that mean? People that can see problems as opportunities are winning. We've also seen a lot of AI of everything, right? It's the people that can discern and find problems where they are and solve is what we really get excited about. And honestly, one of the reasons why we exist. I also want to go over some core values. The ones that really stick out to me, again, entrepreneurs don't wait for perfection, they move now. And at the same time, you're gonna see a lot of students that have been working on things that may not be perfect yet, but they've been working on it for quite some time. And also, one of my favorites, in a world of social media addiction and negativity, every person can create value by being a producer instead of a consumer. I love that you guys are starting real things before you set foot across the graduation, whether you want to go to college next year or when you graduate. You guys are doing real things right now, not just scrolling. So what does this journey look like for a lot of you? Really in August through February, a lot of our teachers are chipping away, asking you guys, what problem did you see? And what do you want to do about it? Again, what I love is that we don't have you guys start a business for the sake of starting a business. You guys all look at problems. And so from that August to February timeline is what you've been working on. Around March, you guys had in-class competitions, or in some schools, Westfield, huge competitions. And then you had a submission deadline. We had the difficult chance to narrow it down in April. Is what you're seeing now is the culmination of that, of thousands of students boiled down to 7 regions, and that's what we're doing here in April. From May to June, we'll have our top 10 identified, and they will have that amount of time to whittle things down and to perfect and to improve your pitch and improve what you've worked on from then. And then on June 12th, man, if you really want to have a good time and you want to see all this in action, June 12th, the STARTedUP Summit takes place, gathering 300 students, government officials, entrepreneurs. We've got a big surprise speaker this year. I'm not going to say who it is yet, but he has been confirmed. All right. And so on June 15th, our inaugural innovation tour across Indiana starts. This year, instead of getting on a plane and it getting canceled, for those of you who are the alumni, you get the joke. For 3 years straight, we have had some issues that just all of a sudden Southwest decides, hey, we're just going to cancel your flight and you're on your own. So we're taking a awesome bus tour this year to avoid any more airlines. Okay, next slide. Want to thank our our host, Purdue Innovates, as well as Purdue University Certificate in Entrepreneurship and Innovation. My own daughter took that certificate program. We love it. And thank you for being our regional host. I now want to play a video for them. Representing Purdue Innovates, please welcome Doug Applegate for some opening remarks. Also don't like standing next to you because I realize that I'm 5'8". Thank you, Doug.
Thanks, John. A lot of people look up to me.
Yay, here we go.
Enough of the dad jokes. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Kurz Purdue Technology Center. Welcome to the Purdue campus just a couple miles away. Hopefully you get a chance to drive through campus if you haven't. Maybe some of you are going to be taking tours or have already done that, or maybe even preparing to come here in the fall. So welcome on behalf of Purdue Innovates. I'm Doug Applegate. I'm the Associate Director for the Incubator and Accelerator programs here at Purdue. And we work with Purdue connected founders and startups. So students, faculty, alumni, and companies externally licensing intellectual property from the university are what we consider the criteria to be Purdue connected. So if you are an incoming freshman or will be a student at Purdue at some point in the near future, we are a resource that you can look up as you pursue your business ambitions, whether it's starting a new idea, developing new technologies, or you just want to get plugged into the ecosystem. We are happy to be the front door for you all and help be a navigator across the ecosystem, which is a pretty vast and I'd say exciting time to be in and around the university as it relates to entrepreneurship, as it relates to building a new business and innovating in new areas and providing new solutions to problems that exist across the world. We're happy to be a part of that journey that some people take as a student, as a faculty member, or even as alumni that come back to the university. Every year there's several thousand students that are participating in research on campus. And of those, obviously, it's nationally recognized student base that are pretty smart kids, can't walk around campus without tripping over somebody that's got 150 IQ or higher. So it's really exciting to be around people that are always thinking of different and unique, novel ways to solve problems or to solve problems in their own life, whether it's just trying to get from the dorm to the shower, back and doing laundry, all the way to solving water issues or helping save the bees. There are a lot of opportunities that we can help usher you across the ecosystem or help point you to as you explore that journey. Again, whether you have plans now to continue what you all here are building or are starting to build now, or something later on down the road that's a new idea that comes to you as you are in class and daydreaming. Because nobody wants to just pay attention in class, right? So as the Purdue ecosystem kind of shown here with the Research Foundation as the front door, there's a lot of different opportunities on campus as well as, like we are here today, off campus. And we want to be able to provide those resources to people at various stages of their journey. So whether it's an idea on a napkin, whether it is a new and novel technology that you're trying to help your faculty researcher get out of the lab and actually into the market, there's a lot of different spaces and places and people that are here to support you. And obviously we are proud to be a part of that as it relates to the incubator and the accelerator, which I'll get into a little bit, but certainly some representation here today in this room, but also if you decide to come to Purdue, another opportunity for you to explore even further as you get more comfortable with your surroundings and connected into your surroundings. So at Purdue, Purdue Innovates, we are a three-legged kind of stool, if you will, with respects to tech transfer, business de-risking, technology de-risking, and even innovative support through investment and prize money. There's a few different opportunities that you as students may have as you come to campus, if you do come to campus. There are lots of opportunities that are starting to not only build up currently, but also that have been in existence for a while that we have some part to do with and that others across the campus ecosystem do as well. Not just in West Lafayette, but alumni across the world and newer campuses opening up, such as the one in Indianapolis, that there will be more and more activity happening. I would expect to see this kind of graph here grow. Purdue Innovates is proud to help with hackathons, whether it's sponsoring and supporting them, whether it's hosting them ourselves, programming that we do for those different stages of a startup or as a new business. Even just an idea and pitching it for 2 minutes can be dramatically helpful to those that are considering taking that next leap. So as we talk through today, obviously congratulations to all of you that have made it this far. For those of you that are still not sure if this is what you want to do for the rest of your life, that's okay, right? This is part of that experimentation. As Don said, it's a quote of ours that we like to say too, is that, don't let perfection get in the way of good enough. So keep working, keep building, keep iterating, and even after today, the feedback you get will be helpful towards the next time that you do this. And if there's not a next time within the STARTedUP Foundation, certainly there will be future opportunities in your life to come. So always be prepared. And I do like to highlight just a couple of recent successes that have come from the student ranks as it relates to startups that have gone on to see success in some way, shape, or form. Some more heavily supported across the Purdue ecosystem at the time that they were students, some not so much, but that's part of evolution. And we as Purdue Innovates recognize the opportunities to help those businesses, whether it is an AI-enabled software business, all the way to somebody building the next drug that's going to cure the next disease, and everything in between. We are here to help, and we are here to help point you down the right path as best we can without necessarily being prescriptive, because entrepreneurship, a lot of it is exploration. A lot of it is testing new things that haven't been done before, and that gets a little messy, and that's okay. So I'd like to thank again everybody, Don and team, for coming up here and allowing us to co-host and sponsor the event, but also look forward to seeing the pitches this afternoon and seeing who gets to move on to the next rounds, and hopefully I'll see you all in June as well. Thanks,
Looking over those student successes, it's funny, Doug. A process valvologist gave me a call yesterday, wanting to mentor and everything else. So, I'll say that about Purdue Innovates. If you didn't notice the smattering of opportunities they have, also shout out that last year's moonshot competition winners are in the present and also alumni. Congrats. But no, an abundance of opportunities here at Purdue and that Purdue Innovates always puts on. And again, that sense of camaraderie and community is something we cannot overstate enough. Want to have a brief moment to let our judges introduce themselves. I'll go from my right to your left. Tim, starting off with you.
Hey everyone, my name is Tim Brand. I work for the Hoosier Heartland Small Business Development Center. Excited to be here today and sit amongst these folks, and I'm really excited to hear you guys' pitches. So, nice meeting you.
Hi everyone, I'm Susan Paola. I'm a co-founder and CEO of a cancer therapeutics drug development company called OrthoCare, and I graduated Purdue and we started a company here at Purdue.
Good morning, I'm Mike Burlark. I'm the Vice President of Alliances with the Purdue Research Foundation. My role at the Research Foundation is I manage the relationships with all of our corporate partners that are physically located in the Research Park, Discovery Park, somewhere like that.
Mr. Mike, I have one, Mike. I'm Christian Wutzke. I'm the SUFI, the Senior University Fellow for Innovation and Entrepreneurship here, working out of the Office of the Executive Vice President for Research. I'm a professor here at Purdue, and if you're a senior, eventually when you come here to Purdue, you'll probably take one of my classes. And what I'm trying to do is facilitate really a culture of entrepreneurship, innovation, research, commercialization across the entire ecosystem, from high school students, undergraduate students, graduate students, postdocs, and professors, and all
everybody. Good morning. My name is Bernardo. I'm Bernardo Moreira. I'm a senior here at Purdue, so if you any of you need to talk about anything, questions about Purdue, and if you want to come here, more than happy to help. I also co-lead the Envo. We are student hub, student startup club here that aims to help and build that connection between you as student founder with later organizations and help every and each student founder at Purdue to achieve their successes. So yeah, if you need any help, feel free to contact me or any of us here. We want to make sure that everybody gets willing to help. So good luck today.
Big hand for our judges. All right. Today's format, teams will have up to 6 minutes to present. The judges will have 4 minutes of Q&A. We're going to be pretty tight on that. Judges will deliberate during lunch. Awards will approximately be at 1 p.m. They will select the first place winner. However, all other teams are still eligible to be named 3 wild cards from the state and will compete at the STARTedUP Challenge as a part of the 2026 STARTedUP Summit hosted by Butler University. Lunch is provided for students, competitors, teachers, and judges. There are a number of restaurants within a driving distance if you are compelled. And then also here is the pitch order for today. Notice that this does differ from the program as we had one team that had a prior commitment and it was going to be here a little bit later. So, man, to kick this off, please welcome our first team, Dermy from Carmel High School.
Good morning. 2 years ago, my friend's mother had a mole. She called her dermatologist, and after waiting 6 months, she finally got it. By then, it had progressed to stage 3 melanoma.
10 seconds of AI streaming is all I should have taken.
My name is Angie.
And I'm Alex. We're juniors from Carmel High School, and we built those 10 seconds.
This is Dermy.
Every single hour in North America, one person dies of melanoma. And it's not because it's untreatable. In fact, melanoma survival rate is 99% if caught early. The problem, however, is access.
Over half of Americans have never even been screened for skin cancer. The average appointment takes 38 days and costs up to $400. What's worse is that there's only one dermatologist for every 29,000 Americans.
Here's the problem. The AI tools that are supposed to help, they're actually part of the problem.
Existing AI performs at around an 80% accuracy rate on light skin. But on dark skin, that accuracy actually plummets to just 60%. This is because over 90% of clinical training images come from light skin patients.
So we built Dermy.
The first part of our company is the AI-powered app. Alex is actually passing out screens of this right now. You take a photo of a mole, and in under 10 seconds, our AI gives you an instant risk result at a 95% accuracy across every single skin tone. App features include telederm integration, search by symptom, as well as search by symptom, local clinic integration, as well as telederm referrals.
And this isn't just an idea. Our app is ready for launch, and we already have 100 people on our waitlist at DermyAI.com.
But Azure AI needs high-quality images. That's why we built Part 2.
This is the Dermoscope. It's a clinical-grade smartphone dermatoscope that we built from scratch with dermatologist support. Its features include 10 times magnification, polarized lens optics, as well as compatibility with any smartphone model. Over the 30 different design iterations we created, ultimately we were able to lower the cost from nearly $3,000 that conventional dermoscopes feature to just $20 to $30, a 1% of the cost.
Together, our Dermy app and Dermy Scope give anyone access to specialist-level screening in just under 10 seconds. You might be wondering, how does this all work? So the first step is you attach the Dermy Scope to your smartphone and take a photo of your mole in the app. Then, our AI analyzes it and gives you an instant risk result, as well as a telederm referral. That's 4 steps, no appointment, and no $400 bill.
Now, let's take a look at the market we're pursuing. It's mainly the 5.4 million new skin cancer cases per year in the United States, coupled with 8.5 billion annual treatment costs. Our serviceable market is a $600 million television market, which is growing 20% every single year.
And underneath all that are 50 million Americans who simply can't access dermatology. That's around the population of Spain. Every existing competitor in the market forces you to choose between accessibility and accuracy. Take a look at this. Skin Vision, which is the most popular app currently, costs around $80 a year and fails on darker skin. Molescope, a $500 dermoscope, is built on the same biased industry data. In-person dermatology, of course, is the gold standard, but $400 costs and long waits block out tens of millions.
Let's look at Dermy now. $99 hardware with $5 a month subscription and 95% accuracy on screening across every single skin tone. We are the only system that has both accessibility and accuracy.
Our company has 3 revenue streams. First is our primary driver, which is hardware sales at $99 per dermoscope with a $20 COGS and an 80% profit margin. Second is actually telederm referrals. When our AI flags a suspicious lesion, we connect users to a $50 consult and take around a 40% revenue share. Third is a $5 monthly app subscription, which unlocks unlimited scans, family sharing, as well as mole tracking.
Now, our target of 500 units is based upon a 30% waitlist to purchase conversion, which is consistent with the direct-to-customer medical device industry averages. Now, our year 1 speculation is around 50K, while year 2 jumps to 100K.
Here's where we're at. We built a polished AI app, as well as a dermoscope prototype. We have an incorporated LLC with a 6-person team, as well as a clinical advisory committee with several board-certified dermatologists.
Now, we've also gotten some awards in the past couple months. Last month, we earned 10K in seed funding from the ACU National Pitch Competition. Also, next month, we're headed to the International Science and Engineering Fair via our novel AI bias reduction. Also, we are placing in the top 100 pitches for the Blue Ocean competition.
As for our current plans, we're already working on a 20-unit beta pilot, as well as a clinical validation study, app store launch, and growing our waitlist from 100 to 1,000 plus.
Now, if we were to win, here is exactly where the $2,000 would go.
$800 will go to our beta validation study for real-world data. $600 will go to our clinical validation study, which is necessary for FDA as well as insurance. $200 will go to our app store launch on both stores, and $400 will go to product marketing to scale our waitlist.
In the time it took for us to give you this pitch, 2 people have already been diagnosed with melanoma. One of them will wait for too long. Healthcare shouldn't depend on your zip code, your income, or the color of your skin.
The industry has had decades to solve this. They chose not to. We did. This is Dermy.
Judges will now have 4 minutes to ask any questions.
You first mentioned that the current AI models that analyze the skin and analyze dermis and etc., they don't have a good accuracy rate in light and darker skins and different colors of skins. What makes your AI product the best, and what builds that gap between choosing you and you actually being able to be more accurate compared to the others?
Absolutely. So this is actually something we're going to the International Science and Engineering Fair with. We actually created a bias algorithm that is very novel. What we're doing here is we train our AI on over 80,000 clinical images, so it includes light, medium, and dark skin at an equal representation. In addition to that, we also use advanced machine learning techniques. That includes worst-case bias technique and also synthetic data generation by GANs. So all of that is contributing to the final 95% accuracy across all skin tones.
Yeah.
I don't know how to turn this on, so I'm just going to use my regular voice. First off, thanks for going first, and just set the pace here. As far as the questions that I have are related to the actual device itself. In the photo, it looked like it was attached to a phone. is it a standalone device? Can it be a standalone device, or is it must sort of be used on a phone?
Yeah, so the dermoscope that we made is comparable to a typical dermatoscope that dermatologists would use. So they would just have like a handheld dermoscope that you can scan on your skin. It's essentially the same thing, but the idea is that it should be attachable to the phone so that normal, like people at their home, they can use their phone to scan their skin without medical assistance.
Right, and conventional dermoscopes, like Alex said, they are typically handheld, so they're not compatible with the actual devices. What we've done is it's two separate components. We put them together for the demonstration's sake. But yes, this novel mechanism it goes on the phone back and it twists and it attaches there. This can be actually removed. So for example, if you're a dermatologist in like a low-serving country, where there's not a lot of access to medical grade instruments, you can use this to look at a regular lesion just with your eye.
Very good. Do you guys have any pending patents, or have you worked towards any sort of patents?
Yes, that is something we're currently working on, a provisional patent for our dermoscope hardware.
Okay, great.
I have quite a number of questions. So you have here like a 90% AI accuracy. So I'm assuming you just said you did that using images, clinical images.
Correct.
That's how
Yes.
you determine 95. So that's not clinical data. That's just based on.
It is off of so our clinical validation study is to obtain the more clinical data to validate. But the AI is trained on existing clinical images.
Yeah.
That's
From
what
data
it is.
sets. Yes.
My second question is that you presented a very high difference between the cost of your scope and others, like from 3,000 to 30. Usually the cost comes with like, because it's sophisticated, it gives accuracy. So how do you get a 3,000 to 30 and still maintain accuracy? What's the secret there?
So the idea is that we 3D printed this entire thing with PLA. So typical dermoscopes, they're made with like synthetic material or like certain polymers and metals, and that's the frame of the entire body. So the actual dermoscope itself, it's reliant on the lens and kind of like the way it's built. So we essentially reduced most of the cost from the body. So instead of using more expensive materials, we just 3D printed it, and that's where most of the cost structure is.
My impression is usually a scope is expensive because of the quality of the lens. So I know you save money on the like the 3D printed part, but the lenses are insanely expensive. When we use them, they're the most expensive part.
Time. Sorry. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Dermy.
Hi, well, my name is Kevin Shamel. I'm the Director of Programming here at the STARTedUP Foundation. The three main programs you're going to hear about and experience today, the STARTedUP Challenge is one, our Alumni Association, which we'll hear about later, and then a third program. It's our most impactful, and it's why so many students are in the room here today. So I got a question. Do you know a teacher who just gets it? A lot of them are sitting in this room. You know the teacher who goes above and beyond, who brings energy and creativity into the classroom. You know the one that's changing lives? Yeah, that teacher. Well, if someone comes to mind, they're exactly who we're looking for. Because the STARTedUP Innovation Accelerator is built for educators just like them. This is a powerful, hands-on experience that equips teachers to lead, innovate, and bring entrepreneurship to life for their students. And when they're selected, they don't just participate, they definitely level up. They gain real leadership opportunities. A nationwide network of incredible entrepreneurs and educators, a proven, ready-to-use entrepreneurship and innovation curriculum, travel and experiences that expand their perspective, and new ways to open doors for their students. And here's the best part. This doesn't just impact one classroom, this truly does impact entire schools, entire communities. And right now we're accepting applications for our 2026 cohort. So here's what I need you to do. If you're watching on the live stream or if you're here in the room, think of that high school teacher. Maybe it's one you had or one you know. Send them a text, send them an email. Encourage them to apply by visiting our website, STARTedUpFoundation.org, because when you invest in one great teacher, you truly do impact hundreds of students. So now it is my pleasure to introduce the second team in today's competition from Westfield High School. Please welcome Temple.
right, we can go to the next slide. I'm not gonna go back. Yeah.
All right, guys, thank you for coming. I'm John Bunch, CEO of Temple.
I'm Nick McEwen, CMO of Temple. So raise your hand if you've ever had headaches due to screen exposure. Okay, so for all of you that said that, you're both like John and I and 70% of people that spend multiple hours a day on screens. So our problem is that our problem is headaches caused by blue light exposure. So that is a huge issue because blue light has negative effects like retina damage, and some other side effects are eye irritation and sleep cycle disruption. So we did a survey asking people how many hours a day they spend on screens, and they said 5 to 8 hours a day. And that just shows how big of a problem that is, because with that length of screen time exposure, that can definitely lead to headaches.
So here's the solution. Most of you have probably heard of temple massage therapy. It's one of the most common forms of relieving stress. By massaging your temples, it's proven to block, or it's been proven to cause blocking pain signals, increasing your blood circulation to improve muscle relaxation, and also relief stress has been building up for a long time in your temples. On top of that, it's also been proven to cause headache relief, increased mood and productivity, and even enhanced sleep quality. So what we've done is we've paired this with a pair of blue light glasses to block the harmful blue light rays that are emitted from screens to make Temple a pair of blue light glasses with built-in micro vibration massagers that go directly over your temples to revolutionize how we work digitally. With multiple preset modes, and in the future we're going to create an app that can easily control vibration intensity, time massages, and the potential to make your own custom massages. We plan to market in 3 different sizes: narrower, medium, and wider, to account for different head shapes. Our mission is to eliminate discomfort from prolonged screen usage and to unlock true focus with temple massage therapy. So this is our prototype version 1. This was basically just bringing the idea to reality. It's very inefficient and very junky, but the whole point was to show that we can make this work, right? So that's why we created prototype number 2, which is now rechargeable through USB-C, has a much more slim and aesthetic design on it, and we just wanted to show that we can slim down this design while maintaining its biggest functions. And then also, I'm wearing prototype number 2, but what is in front of the judges is prototype number 3. I couldn't make a slideshow for this because of the April 9th deadline, because we just finished this yesterday. Essentially what it is, it has 5 preset modes with software built into it. There's instructions on the papers on how to use them. They should be right there. You have to plug it into USB-C right now. This is because we were due to limited materials. They didn't come until tomorrow, so we couldn't integrate them into it. But in the future, it will be rechargeable through USB-C with a rechargeable battery pack.
So what makes us unique is that we bring new things to the table. We integrate fashion with also massaging. So we are a completely new concept, and we have a great support system. We have a great mentor. We have an idea farm at our school that has helped tremendously with prototype development. And so our biggest competitors are generic blue light glasses, as well as AYO sleep light glasses. So the generic blue light glasses, they lack the massaging aspect of it, obviously. But then the AYO sleep light glasses, they have the same restorative benefits as us, but they lack the ability to reduce eye strain, and as well as you can't use them like passively. So they're meant for sleeping, not for working while doing that. And so we're innovative. There's no product exactly like us. And so we're also like crafty. So you hear, when you think of like head pain relief, you might think of medication, heat, ice therapy. But temple massage is a completely underrated option, which we really like to explore. And we wanted to combine both the fashion aspect and everyday wearability with massaging.
Okay, so this is our cost for manufacturing prototype number 1 and 2. So the blue light glasses are around $6. That takes the majority of the price. That's followed by the rechargeable battery and then the charging board. And the other materials are the vibration motors and all the wires, tape, and glue that we use to actually make the glasses. This doesn't account for the software that's built into prototype number 3, but that will only be about an extra $2 in manufacturing. So this is our cost and manufacturing marketing cost for our first 1,000 units that we plan to make. This goes over all the costs for manufacturing overseas, which we plan to do. We accounted for tariffs, packaging, labeling, and startup tools, as well as manufacturing. Marketing. We plan to market through Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. We plan to get paid ads through those, and also we plan to get a professional website and professional building. Overall, it's going to be at $22,000 plus $350 a month.
So as you can see, we sent out a survey to people in Westfield asking how much they want these glasses to be priced. It was about 50-50 of if they wanted it over $100 or under $100, and we chose a fair price of about $89.99. And so with our 1,000 units, we would make about $90,000, and minus the cost of $22,000, it would be about $68,000. And then, so our traction, we've been working on 3 prototypes now. They're all fully functioning, and we placed second out of 87 teams at the Westfield Innovation Competition. With that competition, we got great feedback. People liked the idea, they liked the glasses, but the only problem was the sizing. So we decided that we need to make 3 sizes, small, medium, and large, to fit all sizes of heads.
Okay, so right now we're currently working on the 4th prototype with a different type of motor that's more effective for temple massage therapy. We also are going to get a custom mold 3D print frame so that we can integrate the wires into the frame. And then we're going to use the rest of that money to make as many of these prototypes as possible so that we can go out to different colleges and anywhere we can have access to get as much statistics to back up our product as possible. This is our mentor, Jason Richards. He helps manage self-started companies as well as help new businesses get off the ground. He does a lot of manufacturing and also has a lot of connections overseas, which is what we plan to utilize in our early startup years. Thank you guys for listening.
My question is, are you guys currently crowdfunding? You said something about having a nice website built. Do you currently have a site now?
Yes.
That's
We just
live.
finished it last week.
Okay. And have you done anything to crowdfund, or is there anything, any revenue folks that are sort of holding their position until your launch?
So we haven't made it that far right now. We're still like in the prototyping stage and just still trying to find like our target market, things like that. So no, we've not made it.
Yeah, we just created so we built an original website and it wasn't very good. It was just like a complete AI website, and then we focused and transitioned. He just built a more highly functioning website. It just has a lot of info about us and about what the product does, how it's going to work in the future. And then in the future, it's going to get professional work. You can easily sell and order from it. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about the blue light? I just read an article last week that the relevance of that blue light exposure that we're talking and hearing about so much has been kind of overrated, that the exposure that we get even with 5-8 hours a day is just not as important to triggering headaches and all those kind of things. Since you're connecting the glasses with the massage monitor, how would you respond to changes in research that affects the validity of your claims?
So, let's say blue light doesn't cause the headaches. There's a number of other sources of headaches that we're trying to solve. Workload, like constantly like working for so long that your head just starts to get fatigued and you can't work anymore because you just can't think. And the goal of these is to help people become more efficient and more innovative with what they're doing to get stuff done faster so they have more time for other things in their life as well. And personally, from the research I've seen a very dangerous side effects from blue light, but I support the other article you probably read, but we're still looking into it more obviously, but it's not only the blue light.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I've got a quick question. How are you addressing the existing glasses wear with your application?
Like just normal blue light glasses?
Well, like I have to wear these to read. So when do I incorporate your glasses into my daily life?
It's not.
Okay, that's a great question. So, we plan in the future, right now we're focused on blue light because we're going to target market people who are on screens a lot. But in the future, once we actually have some more traction, we plan to do reading glasses mainly because that's one of the most common ones. And then in the future, we'll expand to prescription glasses. But the goal right now is to encourage people to start wearing glasses who currently are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question about the cost. You mentioned being around $9 per glasses. Is that cost for your current? Is that the cost for your current prototype?
That was the cost for the prototypes, this one, and then the other one that we built. So I said earlier that that one has about an extra $2 for the software board and then the transistors. But so it'll be about $10.52. The price was $8.52. It was about $1.80. I couldn't put on the slideshow because of the deadline. It was $1.80 for the extra stuff in manufacturing.
Have you had any chance of researching what the actual cost of the full ready to go to the market? Because You have a prototype, but
Yeah.
of course you cannot sell that because not like.
Oh, for sure. It's too big.
Yeah.
So in the future, we plan to buy like tiny custom built software boards so that you can just put on the glasses. The biggest things are going to be the ones that are on these, the charging board and the vibration motors and then the battery. And so I've done a little bit of research on the pricing in the future. It's going to be about like $2 to $4 for the software board and stuff like that. And then the vibration motors and that price is all the same. So to put it all together, it might be $12 to $13.
And you're gonna be the one putting everything together, right? Or is
Yeah.
it something that I buy as a customer then?
All right, we'd like to thank the 2026 Started Up Summit host, Butler University, Lacey School of Business, where we're at least one of the teams you're cheering for. Today we'll compete against on the June 12th finals for prize money, scholarship, and opportunities. This event is the culmination of a year of hard work, innovation, grit, bringing together the entire Started Up ecosystem in one massive can't-miss experience. At the summit, you'll witness the top 10 Started Up Challenge finalist teams as they take the stage for $25,000 in prize money. You'll reconnect with alumni, support standout regional finalists, and celebrate alongside our incredible innovation accelerator educators. Whether you're here for the ideas, the energy, or the community, this is where it all comes together at the state finals. Don't miss a chance to be a part of this June Started Up Summit. And now a brief video from our state sponsor, Butler University.
The Started Up Challenge is hosted in Clues Hall, which is across the quad from Dugan Hall, home of the Lacey School of Business. This year, we're particularly proud of our partnership with Started Up because it brings young minds from high school together with university educators and industry partners in an amazing event. Another element of the Started Up Challenge that we're particularly proud of is that Butler University is offering a tiered scholarship program. Participants in this year's competition will be eligible for between $10,000 and $20,000, depending on their performance. At the Lacey School of Business, we are proud of the curriculum we've developed. It provides an elite level of business education. The program is simply not found at other universities. For example, in your sophomore year, as part of the real business experience, you and some teammates will build a real business. That business will have startup capital, it will have a bank account, and will have insurance. Another element of the Lacey School of Business is our required internship program. Many universities require only a single internship. We require two, and we will assist you in finding an internship with a coveted firm or an industry that's of particular interest to you. A program that we've been very busy building at the Lacey School of Business provides students C-suite opportunities. We have a number of organizations that you can participate with and at some point hopefully manage. These include programs like our Student Managed Investment Fund, which manages almost $5 million in assets. We also have a Student Managed Angel Fund, student-run capital insurance company, a student-run coffee shop, a student-run thrift store, and a student-run fulfillment center. Clearly, there should be some opportunities for you in one of those organizations. In short, the Lacey School of Business program is designed for students just like you. You're passionate about entrepreneurship, and you might even have a business that you're currently operating. With the Lacey School of Business, we encourage you to bring that business with you. We want to partner with you to build that business over the 3 or 4 year period of time that you're with us. Instead of leaving the university to go build your business as entrepreneurs have done in the past, we encourage you to stay and let us help. We'll even provide you up to 9 credit hours in our program to work on your own business. We've hosted the Started Up Summit for many years, and we're looking forward to hosting this year's event too. Because in the end, it brings high school talent into a university setting, and we can show them off to our industry partners.
And just a few years ago, I was in your shoes. In 2022, I positioned second place and won the Latino Startup Award. And in 2023, I made it to the top 10. And this experience truly changed my life. The competition opened doors I never would have imagined. Media, features, networking with the top entrepreneurs, and even a seat in the board of directors of Ivy Tech Business School. But what mattered the most? It was learning how to sell myself and my ideas to show the people that it was worth investing in me. That's why Butler University and the Lacey School of Business were a perfect fit. The first-year business experience and the real-world business experience really helped me develop my skills to the next level, not just in theory, but in practice. I've been surrounded by students and mentors that have been pushing me into aiming higher and thinking bigger. And trust me, these connections are what's going to matter in your future. If there's one thing I've learned is that networking is everything. At Butler, you're constantly surrounded by motivated and talented people that will one day be your partners, clients, or even investors. If you're ready to turn this competition into more than just an experience, but into a launch pad into your future, Butler's where you need to be. I wish you the best of luck, and I can't wait to see what you can accomplish.
All right, please welcome our next team, OffSense from Carmel High School.
Okay, well, hello everyone. I'm Zaina Khan. And I'm Ria Koya. And we are the innovators behind OffSense. Now, before we begin, just by a quick show of hands, how many of us have been in a hospital room before? Or know someone that has? Okay, so like a good majority of us. I want you to think back and wonder if you ever heard constant beeping alarms. In fact, we can answer that question for you and guarantee that at least 83% of patients experience frequent monitor alerts during their hospital stays. And for people like our nurses, it's even worse, because they get the pleasure of hearing these sounds all day, every day. So we want to introduce the culprit of these alarms, IV pumps. IV pumps measure the pressure in the line going into a patient's arm. When that pressure rises, the pump sounds an alarm because it might indicate a blockage. But pressure can rise for many different reasons. When a patient shifts in bed, bends their arm, or reaches for something. In all of these cases, the pump still sounds an alarm because it cannot tell the difference. And these are called nuisance alarms and can lead to alarm fatigue. And this excess noise comes at a cost. Hospitals lose about $1,250 per IV pump each year in wasted nursing time responding to non-emergency alerts. Across the 1.2 million IV pumps in use in the US, that totals to $1.5 billion lost each year. And this is a growing problem because the US is facing a nursing shortage. Nurses are overworked because they are constantly responding to nuisance alarms, and this lowers patient care and hospital performance metrics. So through our shadowing and interviews with ICU nurses, we consistently heard the same thing. Too much of their shifts are being spent responding to alarms that do not require any action. And this isn't just annoying for us as patients, but a waste of a nurse's time means a loss of money and patients' lives.
To address this, we created OffSense, a modern software update to existing pumps that allows them to reassess pressure over time instead of reacting instantly. When pressure rises, the infusion briefly pauses and the pressure is monitored over a short window. It analyzes the pattern of the pressure, not just the value, to determine what is actually happening and trigger the appropriate response. This leads to a 90% reduction in false alarms and 3 distinct hospital scenarios. If a patient has a quick bend of their arm, then infusion will resume automatically with no alarm. If a patient has a sustained arm bend, such as during sleep, then the patient will receive a low level of Q. And if there's a sustained blockage, then a full alarm will be issued. And now we're going to take a look at what this looks like in video form. Through our video, you can see that when we tap once, there is a green light. This indicates no alarm and the pressure resumes automatically. When we tap repeatedly on the tube, this is a pressure fluctuation. This leads to the yellow light, indicating the low level of Q. And when we have a sustained blockage, this leads to the red light, indicating the full alarm. Our prototype has undergone 50 controlled trials. During these trials, our prototype achieved perfect detection of true occlusions, a 96% reduction in false alarms, and no missed critical events. We also consulted 5 senior engineering students at Carnegie Mellon and Purdue, all of whom confirmed that our system logic is directly compatible with the processors used in modern pumps.
We also confirmed this with end users. Out of 22 nurse responses, 91% supported implementation, with the remainder suggesting just minor improvements. We also have clinical letters of interest from Trinity Free Clinic and St. Vincent Carmel, both suggesting that reducing nuisance alarms would significantly improve daily workflow. On top of this, we also have strong investment interest. Dr. Saeed Chowdhury, CEO of Nova Aesthetics, stated that he would invest thousands if we can reduce the cost burden and workload associated with nuisance alarms. And finally, to protect our innovation, we have been granted a provisional patent covering our time-based pressure reassessment and classification model. And we've also formed an LLC and website, and are using a $500 grant from the Carmel Education Foundation to continue our prototyping.
All major IV pump manufacturers today rely on the same threshold-based logic. Companies like these dominate the market, but none of them can distinguish between harmless changes and true occlusions. By introducing alarm differentiation, reassessment windows, and pressure clarification, we eliminate hundreds of unnecessary alarms. At the same time, these manufacturers already have the infrastructure to implement our solution. Our strategy is to partner with them by implementing OffSense into their firmware updates. This gives them the competitive advantage, while allowing us to scale quickly without manufacturing hardware.
The smart infusion market is growing at 9% each year and expected to reach $36.4 billion by 2030. Given that there are 1.2 million IV pumps in use in the US, if we target just 20% of these to manufacturing partnerships, we can reach 240,000 units. And so the following is what we are expecting each year. Licensing at $75 per year, we expect a recurring revenue of $18 million, growing at that 9% that we mentioned before. And this $75 is justifiable because we are saving hospitals that $1,250. And scaled up, that's $300 million returned to the hospital system. And on top of this, because OffSense requires no new hardware, integration costs are only around $310 per unit.
With the $1,000, we will invest $450 into R&D, which includes expanded prototyping and data expansion and collection. With the remaining $550, we will invest into company setup. This includes website refinement, marketing, software validation, IP ownership, and technical documentation. Nurse burden is an urgent and growing problem. OffSense makes sure that the alarms that get heard are the alarms that save lives. Thank you.
Great job, guys. I don't know if I knew this or not. Great job, guys. I had a couple questions. So one of them is who do you need to know, and what will happen assuming you get those partnerships with these firms that you were describing? Walk me through what that looks like if they say yes.
Yeah, so basically we have, next slide. So this is kind of our 12-month roadmap, right? We're going to be continuing the clinical testing. We're going to having to kind of pitch this to those manufacturing companies. Once they say yes, the biggest thing is going to be that FDA clearance, right? We need to make sure that this will go down the regulatory pathway that it needs to so that it can actually be integrated. And so that's where we're going to get the FDA 510K clearance. And so for that, we also have this on page 5 of our executive summary, if you guys have that in front of you by chance. But essentially, OffSense classifies as a class 2 medical device. And so for these kind of devices, we need FDA clearance that basically shows that by integrating this new system, we're not going to create any more hazards that don't already exist. And so to do that, one of the biggest things is an ISO 14971, which basically just says that this modification is not introducing any new safety risks. And so on top of that, we're also going to be having to kind of do those like human factor testings, because right now our prototype, we're just tapping it with our fingers. And so like we said, since we have those clinical letters of interest, we are planning to kind of outsource and reach out to those executive boards to use decommissioned pumps. And with those decommissioned pumps, we can kind of do this human factor testing and kind of run our tests with the actual pumps and not just this IV kit that we have right now. Hope that answers the question.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, I really want to commend you on the approach of shadowing professionals in the hospital setting, and in general, I think that's a great approach to really develop solutions for real life problems and not just coming up with a new gadget, let's say. Since you are making a decision on if an alarm is true or not true, you're taking a lot of responsibility to possibly have a false negative alarm. How do you deal this from kind of an ethics perspective? If somebody dies because the alarm was not appropriately triggered, how do you deal with that?
We completely understand the concern of there being that false negative And so as you can see from our prototype trials, in the 10 trials that we simulated where there should be a full red alarm, for the trials that we conducted at least, it was able to catch it every single time. And of course, we're gonna have to continue doing this with more trials and testing. But what we'd actually like to propose is that by introducing OffSense, we are actually reducing those legal risks. And the reasoning for that is because people might like possibly pass away because there's not an alarm actually caught, but there's a way higher probability that people are passing away because there are too many alarms and risks aren't getting to the people who need it. In fact, there have been several case studies done in like Massachusetts General Hospital, and in this hospital there was a patient who the alarm was ringing for around 75 minutes, and no one came to him, unfortunately passed away, and for the hospital they had to pay $850,000 in a settlement because this occurred. So we understand your concern, but at the end of the day, really, OffSense should be limiting those legal risks that currently exist already.
We have time for one more question.
Yes, quick question. What prevents the manufacturer of the IV machines, once you guys come into the market, what has protected you from them to reconfigure their application, their hardware, to do exactly what yours is doing?
That's a great question. So obviously, like we talked about earlier, there are a couple companies that are dominating the market, right? So we have some kind of big companies that are in that market space. After filing that provisional patent, of course, now that we have it granted, after that period ends, we are going to go into a full patent, which protects right now it's protecting our software logic, which is great because that's the key part of our innovation. In terms of hardware, all the IV pump manufacturers have very similar types of hardware, and that means that it's not already patented, already protected. We just integrate our patented logic into that hardware.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Students, the good news is we've got a video audience watching. The bad news is we've got some people saying during the Q&A time. So obviously there's some feedback. You can't hold the microphone and everything, but if you want to stand a little closer to these, our online audience approves it. All right, please welcome our next team, Trace AI from Hamilton Heights High School, up next. Thank you.
Which one am I taking? Hello, my name is Alex, and this is Trace AI. We reverse engineer any PCB in minutes. I'm starting with a problem that every electronics engineer knows. When you lose plans of a circuit board, which is an electronic board which connects components, somebody has to go in and rebuild the logic by hand. This is a 20 to 40 hour process, and it's slow, it's tedious, and it's error-prone. And manufacturers, repair shops, and contractors are all stuck doing this by hand. So I know this problem firsthand. I've been building and flying FPV drones since I was 14, and every time I crashed a drone because I'm not the best pilot, and I wanted to repair a board or just clone it, I was always stuck doing this by hand, and I always thought to myself, how can I speed up this process so it takes less time? So I built the tool for it myself. So the solution is Trace AI. Trace AI is an artificial intelligence where you put in a photo of any circuit board, and it automatically gives you the schematic, the component list, and a price estimate in minutes. The only thing you need is a photo and some money. So how does it work? First, you upload a photo, And then a custom trained AI detects all the components. Here you can see a live demo of it. It detected 60 capacitors, 8 ICs, 3 diodes, 23 resistors, and it estimated a cost of $10.53 to rebuild this thing. Then after that, it extracts the copper traces. Those are the line on the tops of the product, and analyzes the connections using an algorithm to rebuild the circuit logic. After that, it does a design rule check to make sure everything is right and not broken. And after that, you can export it to your favorite editor to finish it up and fabricate it. So let's talk a little bit about the market. The total market of it is 2.8 billion, growing at 8% annually. An electronics engineer in the US bills at around $65 an hour. $65 an hour on average, and it usually takes around 20 to 40 hours to reverse engineer a board. So at just 50% time savings, Trace AI saves $650 to $1,300 per board. If you multiply this by the thousands of boards manufacturers, engineers do weekly, the opportunity becomes obvious. So what is our unique value proposition? What about like the big already established software tools for this? Altium and KiCad are the two big ones, and with them you design the circuit boards. Our goal is to reverse engineer already existing boards when documentation is lost. So we're targeting totally different things, and this is actually a really new category, and no one has ever done this before. So let's talk a little bit about financials. We have 3 tiers: hobbyist, engineer, and team. At $49, $245, and $999 a month. We have a blended average of $152 per month, like based on what we think what we're going to sell the most. For revenue projections, we have 500 users. We don't have, but we want to have 500 users in year 1, with 75,000 in annual recurring revenue. In year 2, we want to scale this to 2,000 users and 304,000 annual recurring revenue. And in year 3, we want to scale this to 5,000 users and 760,000 annual recurring revenue. Our margins will be very high because it's a software product. Once we fix churn when the product is good enough and people won't cancel it anymore, it should sit around 70%. The estimated build cost of this whole product is around $60,000, and it involves the training of the AI models and all the software engineering. So we will break even at month 14. The cost per additional user is very low because it's software and extremely sticky. So traction, what have we done already? I've done a waitlist at trytraceai.com where I've programmed the website for it. We have a patent pending and already achieved a provisional patent. And our beta is working with from the whole process from photo to full-on schematic. It needs improvement, but it does work. This is a picture of the website. We got some feedback from some amazing engineers. Galen Reeder, a retired chief engineer from GM and Delphi, called it that it has significant time savings potential. And Darren Vansickle, a GM purchasing director, flagged it for potential use for cost modeling across our supply chain. Thank you so much for your attention. I just wanted to say this is a really big idea, and I feel like it could save a lot of time. I want to say thanks to a couple of people, Galen Reeder, for the amazing feedback, and also Darren Vansickle. And a special big thanks to my engineering teacher, Mr. Post, for supporting me so much in this whole process. Thank you.
Really cool project. My question is, at the time that somebody uses the software to take a photo of the board, right, and then is there an opportunity for you to refer them to a product? Let's assume that you could be an affiliate or an ambassador of another product.
Yeah, so
For now, it's just like a tool you use on your own, but like potentially, I feel like we could integrate this into like other products, like design tools, like for example, Altium and KiCad, like that they would charge a commission for it to be able to use it through an API or something.
Yeah, cool.
Thanks.
Good question.
What is your patent that you're going to try to protect?
So the patent is like the whole pipeline, like the idea from image to full-on schematic through these steps.
Okay.
So I'm saving like the whole process, so nobody can just come in and like just take the idea and use it on their own.
Thank you. What did the software cost? Apologies if I missed it. What did it cost to use if I'm a hobbyist and I've got a drone and I want to use that?
So a hobbyist would be $49 a month. So it saves a lot of time. That's just why it's so expensive for software.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, as we celebrate this incredible journey of these students, we also want to take a moment to recognize the champions behind the scenes, the partners who believe in these young innovators and invest in what comes next. Today, we're proud to recognize the 2026 incentive partners. These organizations are doing more than showing support. They're providing real opportunities, from scholarships and mentorships to resources and next step pathways. They're helping turn ideas into futures. Let's give a warm thank you to Purdue University Northwest and Butler University. These partners aren't just investing in projects, they're investing in people. They're opening doors, expanding possibilities, and sending a powerful message to every student in this room. When you see your potential, you will, and we're here to help you on the next step. To our partners, thank you for being such an essential part of this journey. Because of you, the StartedUP Challenge isn't just a challenge, this isn't a competition, it's a launch pad. So again, another big hand of applause for the scholarship partners. All right, up next from Carmel High School, welcome Team Hydroband.
Good morning, judges. I want you to imagine a nursing home on a typical Sunday afternoon. It's quiet, most of the nurses are off for the weekend, and the one on duty simply doesn't have time to check on all the patients.
In one of the rooms sits your loved one feeling a bit sluggish. They're not ringing the bell or calling for help, they're just a little bit confused.
Now, the reality is they're dehydrated, and they aren't ignoring their thirst, their body simply stops signaling it, turning a basic biological need into a silent medical crisis.
Dehydration is a serious threat to the health of elderly individuals. Roughly 30% of the elderly population in the US is chronically dehydrated. This is an issue yet to be addressed.
Which is where we intervene. My name is Mahesh Taguri.
And I'm Isaac Kian.
And together we developed Hydroband to fill a critical gap in daily care and support the elderly community.
In efforts to understand the care gap firsthand, we visited facilities in Carmel and found that some facilities only had one nurse for dozens of patients, creating a dangerous window where residents are without care.
This is a documented crisis. Many facilities struggle to provide the intensity of care that proper hydration requires. This is due to systematic staffing shortages across U.S. nursing homes and the fact that one's sensation of thirst diminishes with age.
The situation is clear. Biology and staffing gaps lead to a 39% increased risk of chronic disease and a 21% increased risk of premature mortality.
This results in 500,000 hospitalizations each year where dehydration is the primary cause, and millions more where it acts as an underlying trigger. Each hospital visit adds an average of over $10,000 to a single medical bill.
And beyond the financial cost, dehydration accelerates cognitive decline, increases fall risk, and reduces the quality of life.
We aim to resolve these failures. Where there is staffing shortages or a lack of thirst sensation, we provide statistics and an automated eye on patients.
Currently, nursing homes track 4 primary metrics: blood pressure, temperature, heart rate, and respiratory rate. That's it. Hydration, a vital pillar of health, is left to guesswork.
Hydroband changes that. It's a non-invasive armband that monitors body hydration levels in the body. Following the concept of bioimpedance, the device sends a painless electrical signal through the skin tissue. As water is a strong conductor of electricity, the level of resistance within the tissue is determined by the level of hydration within the body.
Low resistance indicates hydrated tissue, whereas high resistance indicates dehydration.
The signals are then processed in the band sensor and sent to nurses through an app, where this data can be used to triage patients and evaluate health.
Our innovation helps patients with their health, aids nurses in patient care, and for a nursing home business, when equipped with Hydroband, provides a significant edge.
Now, the advantage we bring to the table against our own competitors is our accessibility. We don't require sweat to get a reading. We simply work while the patient rests. Hydroband is elderly ready, comfortable, and effective.
We aren't entering this market blindly. We have received professional backing. A CNA we shadowed told us an innovation to track hydration levels would be beneficial.
And an occupational therapist we spoke to echoed this, noting that continuous monitoring would be helpful when staff presence is limited.
These endorsements validated both the practicality and need for Hydroband.
So for the industry, we are entering a $1.5 billion national market, but we plan to initially focus on the $31 million market here in Indiana first.
Our main targets are nursing homes and assisted living facilities with a secondary consumer channel for home-based elderly care. Facilities can purchase Hydroband units and subscribe to our dashboard to receive continuous hydration data and automated alerts.
Now, our cost of materials sits at around $60 per unit, and at a price point of $95 to $110, we believe we offer a sustainable margin for a solution that pays for itself the moment it prevents a single hospital visit.
Under the guidance of engineering students at the University of Purdue, we are currently developing our prototype. More specifically, our printed circuit board, or PCB, which acts as our central unit of our Hydroband device.
With $1,000 given to our company, Hydroband would allocate the investment primarily towards the construction and coding of our prototype. We've also begun early conversations with local care facilities interested in pilot testing the device.
In past experiments, voltage dividers created to monitor hydration levels have been done before using an ESP32 microcontroller. Using the same component, our goal is to advance this experimental process into a wearable device that can aid patient health.
Since round one, we've made significant progress. We've compiled components, gathered materials, and finished our first draft of our PCB schematic design. Now, some of you judges are seeing a schematic that differs from one you may have seen just a week ago in the pitch deck we submitted. Here is that. In the past week, we learned from a biomedical engineering student at Purdue that we actually didn't need to manually wire every single component on the schematic, and that we could use labels instead. So that was definitely a helpful bit of information that, as you can see, helped us out a lot and helps us stay organized.
Although our PCB has not been perfected, we have the confidence to continue moving forward and develop our solution. Hydroband is no longer just a concept, it is soon to become a functioning prototype.
Our roadmap for the near future involves finishing our prototype and refining it through testing and caregiver feedback in efforts towards a full-scale market launch.
We are planning to pursue FDA Class II clearance through the 510(k) pathway, ensuring that Hydroband meets medical grade standards.
And as our technology advances, we plan to expand to different markets, locations, and track even more health-related metrics.
Through Hydroband, let's set a new standard for elderly care.
One where we replace emergency response with proactive prevention.
Thank you. Good job, guys. Immediately, I wish I had one on right now. I have just drinking water. Yeah. My question is, what if I'm a hospital owner, right, a caregiving facility, and I want to send that data to my own system? Are you guys building API? Are you guys building webhooks? Is that a thought?
So we are planning to probably use AWS services for the transfer of data, but we also will have our own code. The ESP32 microcontroller that we have in the system has a built-in Bluetooth to it, so we can use that to facilitate transfer. With that comes some cybersecurity risks that we will also have to address through security risk assessments and things like that.
Can you go back to the sensors that you have on the Hydroband slide?
Sure. This one.
Please.
Yeah.
No, sorry, the sensors that you measure, like the measurement. You know what I'm talking about? Back one more, sorry. Yep. Well, my biggest question is about all of those, there are already devices that generally measure all of those. What is the biggest differentiator for like purchasing, or you guys deciding to go and build the actual product rather than the software that analyzes data from already existing devices?
I'd say the biggest difference is the market, the fact that we were targeting elderly patients. This hasn't really been done before because of the fact that there's two reasons I would say. One is because you don't really think about it because most elderly patients are admitted to the hospital with issues like kidney disease, kidney stones, or anything like that. But that sometimes does come down to dehydration, and that goes unaccounted for, which is why the number of hospitalizations for dehydration alone is 500,000, but millions more can be accounted for dehydration. Sometimes there's a risk of the fact that it might be harder for elderly people to get up and go to the bathroom every single time if they keep drinking more and more water. The thing that we saw with that is through research, we found that if you drink water many people when they're dehydrated, they start chugging a bunch of water, and I do that too, to be honest. But if you drink a small sip consistently every once in a while, it actually doesn't increase your urge to go to the bathroom as much.
We have time for one more question.
Are there any interfering conditions, health conditions that would give you like a false positive?
Not necessarily a false positive. I think we'll have to implement machine learning for the coding in order to make sure that it's, not everyone is going to have the same level of hydration within their body, and we have to acknowledge that through our code. One issue is that with pacemakers, the electrical signal that's sent might disturb it. We are sending the signal once an hour, so that could be a factor that has to be taken into account.
So you establish like a baseline for every patient somehow, and then go from there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, we want to extend our sincere gratitude to the IEDC, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, for their role in the 2026 StartedUP Challenge state sponsorship. The IDC's commitment goes far beyond sponsorship. It represents a meaningful investment in the future of Indiana's economy. By supporting programs like the StartedUP Challenge, they are helping cultivate the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and problem solvers who will drive our state forward. Their belief in students today is direct investment in tomorrow's workforce, businesses, and communities. Because of the partnerships like the IDC, we are not just preparing students for jobs, we are preparing them to create them. Please join me again in thanking the IEDC for their sponsorship and their strong commitment to Indiana. All right, it is now up to Crop Connect from Park Tudor High School to go next.
Sorry, how do I change the slide? Hi, this is Crop Connect, a B2B marketplace which connects farmers to industrial buyers and is saving the U.S. agricultural industry. Right now, a third of all produce produced in the United States goes to waste. Not because buyers don't need it or that farmers don't want to sell it. It's that current distribution methods prioritize large industrial farms rather than small farmers. The thing is, these small farmers encompass over 97% of the U.S. agricultural market, meaning current distribution systems prioritize only 3% of the population, leading to systemic differences in agricultural distribution. The solution is Crop Connect, a B2B marketplace which connects farmers with industrial buyers. It's simple. On a basic marketplace feature, farmers and buyers can connect based on their specific needs. Additionally, we create a low-friction tool called Apollo, which connects instantaneously based on your farm or your buyer's necessities. Additionally, we have an escrow feature. The number one issue with marketplaces is they're going to be sort of in proprietorship. The way we solve that is through an escrow feature, which ensures that until 7 days after the produce is delivered, the money doesn't change hands. making sure that there's only rational and good actors on our site. We're able to keenly innovate the agricultural industry through 3 methods. Firstly, the Apollo AI matching. Agricultural is known to be one of the slowest moving businesses in the United States. Almost every single system that's used now has been used in the last 20 years. And Apollo is a great way to use user experience to leverage a more quick and cogent solution. Additionally, our automated escrow solution makes it so that you don't have to negotiate these things for months. Most farmers right now negotiate individual distribution deals for months. But having this escrow feature makes it so that you can trust anyone on the platform, making all forms of distribution quicker. And lastly, we create an all-in-one distribution platform through a CRM tool, ensuring that farmers don't have to manage all the logistics and almost like operating another business. It's a simple, one-size-fits-all solution that ensures that all farmers are able to distribute and all buyers are able to get cheap and high-quality produce. The moat within our business is clear. Firstly, we have a liquidity flywheel, meaning that in a marketplace design, every next customer is exponentially easier to target because we have existing customers. This creates a natural moat because any new business that wants to join would therefore have to compete with an already existing marketplace. Additionally, our CRM makes it extremely easy to use, and also our Apollo AI is continuously training on customer data, ensuring that we're always ahead in terms of knowing our customers. The target market is clear. Global food is worth $10 trillion, and U.S. agricultural distribution is $400 billion. We target the $20 billion that's used in commercial distribution because right now there is no infrastructure supporting it, meaning that we'd be the only solution to facilitate a clean way to do this. Currently, the only distribution methods these commercial sales are using is their own negotiation and their own tedious efforts of determining who they want to distribute to, but we democratize this process through our business. Specifically, we target small and medium-sized farms that are not being served by the current U.S. agricultural system. Additionally, our commercial buyers on the buy side are restaurants who have notoriously low margins, meaning they'd be incentivized to choose a non-bloated distribution network when it comes to choosing their products, because therefore there'd be less costs. Additionally, we target schools, hospitals, and other businesses that need consistent, low-cost, but high-quality produce. This isn't just an idea. We've already proved product market fit. I personally have went to 3 farmers markets and asked specifically on their struggles and what could be used to alleviate the situation. Almost every single farm that I talked to specifically knows that agricultural distribution was a hassle. Additionally, if I asked if they'd be open to a solution, they said they would as long as it didn't incur any more additional work, which CropConnect definitely solves. So specifically why now? This is one of the best times to be getting into the agricultural distribution market is because every year there's more and more of a push to have access to fresh and high quality produce, particularly in restaurants. Additionally, this is the 8th year on end where agricultural earnings have gone down, meaning that farmers are incentivized to use a different platform and means of distribution. And lastly, with AI, we can create a custom user experience which makes it a lot easier, and we can iterate on the design quicker and more effectively. So our go-to-market plan is simple. Since we're building a marketplace design, one of the key factors is that there can be no first person in the marketplace, which means we have to first build a marketplace around a few core farmers. And this is done through geographic segmentation and developing an onboarding flow, which ensures that customers and farmers already have existing clientele. And this is going to spread naturally through each geographic region until we know that there's enough support all over the nation to create it nationwide and not geographically segmented. The way we make money is charging a 5% transaction fee, which is a lot less than the distribution fees that farmers currently have to solve. Additionally, our infrastructure is next to none because with $200 to $300, we fully host and manage a website. And specifically with $1,000, all that would be used to go to market and outbound because CropConnect is fully developed. If you visit at cropconnect.dev, we'd be using that money to onboard users to specific extended word of mouth and email marketing campaigns, which are next to none and extremely cheap. So in our projections, we expect exponential growth. And what we have so far is a fully live platform. We've done market research, and we applied to Y Combinator as the business. Here are some pictures of our site, and you can visit at cropconnect.dev. Thank you.
Define a small and medium farmer.
specifically with small and medium farmer, I think what we can first take the hardest part is what's the difference between a medium and large farmer. Specifically, it could be measured in the amount of deckhands that you have or people that are working the fields. We see that the difference between a medium to large farmer happens around 50 people working on a farm marketplace, and that farm would typically be valued at $10 to $15 million. Our initial ideal customer profile is a lot smaller than that. We're going to target small farms because they have effectively no way to distribute because of these demands that big distributors like Cisco have. So that would be our initial target market, but once other small farms aggregate and use our business, they're more likely to be incentivized to use it because they're also seeing there's a new way for them to distribute more effectively and efficiently.
May I ask you on the practicality of this approach? If you are a restaurant or let's say you're a high school that needs particular ingredients for your meals, especially crops farms are very seasonal. The produce that they're producing it comes on a very irregular base and in irregular quantities. How do you match those two requirements? The restaurants need a consistent flow of materials, of product, while the farmers can't really produce this on a year-long base.
So the thing with the marketplace is customers, specifically like restaurants or schools, can buy whenever they want to. They can buy whatever quantities. You're not locked into these long-term contracts, which can be binding and economically inefficient for these businesses. So if you need seasonally these certain things, different regions produce different things, you actually have access to that through the marketplace, which ensures that's an effective design and that these schools and restaurants have the opportunity to have a limbo of sorts where they're able to dictate what they want, when they want, also giving them more bargaining power against current distribution systems.
We have time for one more question.
I guess I'll go with it. You mentioned a little bit of your go-to-market strategy and starting with those 20 base farmers. But since you're not very big, established, and it's hard to find customers, like it's hard for those farmers to find customers. I also assume it's hard to find those farmers. What is your approach to finding those right clients and finding those initial customers to actually help you build that structure and be able to talk to the product?
To quote Paul Graham, he said that you first have to scale by doing unscalable things. And I believe this is especially true in this business, which means we have to do manual outreach, do things like I did, like going to farms and going to a farmer's market where you can actually meet with these clients. Additionally, there are basics with extended cold emails and other strategies which can be used to onboard, albeit at a lower conversion rate. So through these methods, since we need a relatively small base, after we create that base, people are more likely to hear from people that they know and more likely to join because they see the success that's already occurring. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a 10-minute intermission. During the intermission, we invite you to visit the Emerging Innovator Showcase located just outside the main hallway. These incredible students may not be competing in today's finals, but they've demonstrated exceptional promise and passion in their entrepreneurial journeys. Each has identified a real-world problem, developed a thoughtful, innovative solution. So again, I highly recommend you go out there, engage, ask some questions, share some business cards. And then again, we're going to take about by the way, we're shockingly right on time. So that's awesome. So we'll give you about a 10-ish minute break to stretch and talk to the kids. Thank you.
Because I don't want to trust all of that.
Okay. Welcome back. Robert, are we live again, sir? All right. Kevin again. Talked a little bit earlier about the Alumni Association. Former governor actually talked to Don some years ago after he'd been doing this for a few years and said, Howard, what's happening to these students after they leave these competitions or leave high school or leave college? Because we'd really like them to stay in Indiana, right? So that really prompted us to create our Alumni Association. Because for our incredible student competitors, this moment here is not the finish line, it's just the beginning. Every regional finalist, so if you're competing here today, you're invited to be part of something bigger. It's the STARTedUP Alumni Association. It's not just the title, it is actually a community. It's a growing network of young innovators who are continuing to build, lead, and support each other long after the competition ends. As a STARTedUP alum, students gain access to real opportunities that keep the momentum going. Leadership experiences to continue building confidence and character, a powerful network of like-minded peers, speaking opportunities and visibility as young change makers, a built-in support system of students navigating similar journeys, ongoing resources and mentorship to keep growing their ventures, direct connections to internships and career opportunities, and even the chance to showcase their work on a statewide stage at the STARTedUP Summit this June. This community is already thriving. More than 75 active alumni and growing every year. So to our competitors, no matter how today turns out, know this, you're not walking away from this experience, you're stepping into something even bigger. Because once you're part of STARTedUP, you're part of a community that's with you for the long run. And we can't wait to see where that takes you. So what I'd like to, at this point in time, I think a lot of our alumni are out in the lobby, but if you are a member of the STARTedUP Alumni Association or you participated in Innovate Within in the past, could you stand please and be recognized? Right. Always love coming back here, a lot of Boilermakers. And we actually have alumni that have committed to the craziness that we're enduring over the next couple of weeks, and they're going to be traveling all over the state to all 7 events. And one of those is one of our vice presidents of the Alumni Association. At this time, I'd like to invite Mariah up. She's just going to say a few words about her experience and encourage you to become part of this community. All right.
As Kevin said, my name is Mariah Wright. I'm the Vice President of Alumni Engagement for the Alumni Association. As someone who has built my own business and competed in Innovate Within and then shifted gears to a new business, the Alumni Association has supported me through it all. I want to say that as continuing to go through experiences like this in the business world, from graduating high school and going to college, it's a great group to be a part of that supports you the full way. The Alumni Association, like he said, we have bi-monthly meetings that are tailored to you for your growth. We take surveys of what everyone needs, and then we tailor a meeting every bi-monthly to support you and help you grow. We also have regional meetups ran by leaders just like you that chose to make a commitment to lead a group from your region. And then as we have a group meet where you can communicate with other alumni for a helping hand or participate in fun monthly questions or challenges that we make. So thank you.
Before we introduce the next team, I just wanted to let you know that the Emerging Innovators Showcase that's going out on in the hallway, that will be going on until about 11:45, and then during the lunch break. So you are welcome if you need to stretch your legs. If you would like to exit and talk to those teams that are out there, they're eager to meet you. They're eager to get some connections, get some feedback, and continue working on refining their pitch. So you're welcome to leave at any point in time to do that. But at this point, what I'd like to do is introduce team number 7 from Carmel High School. Please welcome VerStrip. Actually, I don't know why I'm going to use the microphones. Just kidding. So yeah, forward and backward.
My name is Jessica Flowers.
And I'm Aparna Prasad. Our innovation, VerStrip, targets a widespread concern in the healthcare system.
100,000 lives are lost each year to preventable mistakes. That's 100,000 reasons to rethink the syringe. Third to only heart disease and cancer, medical errors top the charts for the leading causes of death in the United States. Within medical errors, medication errors, such as administering the wrong medication or dosage to a patient, are the most costly.
Specifically, medication errors harm more than 1.5 million patients and can cost up to $77 billion annually. And not only is this an issue for patients and hospital systems, but also the nurses, who spend more than 40% of their working time dispensing medications.
When gathering testimonials from nurses across the United States, we found that 89% have reported drawing up an incorrect medication themselves or have seen it occur in their workforce. Our research provided us with information as to what nurses might want in an innovation that works to limit medical errors.
From the facts, we created our solution. VerStrip is an instant medication recognition strip placed on the outside of a syringe barrel that detects the correct medication has been drawn into the syringe. Specifically, this was designed to address the concerns noted by nurses in our surveys. First, they wanted no disruption to their workflow. That's why VerStrip requires zero memorization and very minimal training needed to use and interpret the strip, and it also allows for seamless integration into the workflow. In addition, it is accessible to nurses and healthcare professionals of all education and experience levels.
Second, they need the strip to last a long time. With our protective polyurethane coating, we expect our strip to be temperature resistant and have a shelf life of, at minimum, 2 years. VerStrip's optical display also allows for clear differentiation between medications, with both a corresponding color change and 3 identifying letters.
VerStrip uses the scientific concept of refractive index, which is a measurement of how light bends and flows in a solution, and this is unique for every solution. Molecules called cholesteric liquid crystals, or CLCs, are sensitive to refractive index and change color. For example, a CLC droplet sensitive to 1.35 refractive index would change color when detecting this in its surroundings. And there are many devices which use CLCs, including blood bag indicators as an example. Now, VerStrip would use CLCs to distinguish between 2 or more high-risk or commonly confused medications. Let's take heparin and saline as an example. VerStrip would have multiple layers of CLCs, one corresponding to saline's refractive index and the other to heparin. So when saline is drawn into a syringe, only the CLCs corresponding to saline's refractive index would change color and produce a corresponding 3-letter display.
Therefore, different versions of the VerStrip can be applied to various different medication groups and classes that face high error rates, making it useful for a variety of medical specialties. Design-wise, VerStrip contains an adhesive layer allowing it to stick to the side of the syringe barrel, a hydrogel dispersed with the 2 or more layers of the CLCs, and a capsule that ensures its longevity. We've reviewed our designs with Dr. Lin, Director of Biotechnology and Informatics at IU Indianapolis. He said that not only is VerStrip simple, expandable, and life-saving, but it is also feasible and would be easy to create with our incorporation of common biotechnology materials.
Currently, we've begun to model VerStrip using materials accessible to us. For the liquid crystal component, we use thermochromic liquid crystals, which are sensitive to temperature. And for the syringe, we selected insulin syringes, as the nurses we surveyed indicated that insulin is a high-risk medication class that VerStrip would greatly benefit from. From our initial trials, we observed that indeed the liquid crystal film did produce distinct color changes, and these color changes occurred immediately.
We envision the same occurring in VerStrip, which utilizes refractive index to produce a similar color change. Additionally, since our strip will be composed of multiple different layers, we tested the liquid crystal film over layers of varying thickness to ensure that the sensitivity of the liquid crystals remained constant. On the right, you can see an enlarged example of what a 3-letter display might look like, which in this case represents long-acting insulin.
Current procedures such as automated dispensing cabinets and barcode scanning systems are heavily dependent on technology which is prone to outages, and they require significant maintenance costs and training to be able to use. Furthermore, most enable nurses to select the correct medication out of storage, but not have a convenient way to double-check what they're administering right by the bedside or surgical table. That's why medication errors still occur at the point of care, and that's what VerStrip will help prevent. Specifically for nurses that are facing burnout, fatigue, are juggling multiple medications, and these are all common circumstances surrounding medication errors.
VerStrip will be entering a growing market. The U.S. needle and syringe market is expected to reach $11 billion by 2028, which represents an absolute growth rate of 42% and up to $15 billion by 2032. Currently, the variable cost of producing this strip is expected to only be 7 cents per strip, and when priced comparably to existing biomedical hydrogel products, we expect to generate significant profits exceeding 3 times the per unit cost of manufacturing.
With the grant money, the next steps would be to continue the research and development process, including collaborating with biomedical engineers to further prototype and test the strip. From here, we will look at implementing this in local hospital first and growing implementations throughout hospital systems, and along the way, gaining FDA Class 1 certification.
Overall, 94.1% of our survey respondents believe that VerStrip would surely reduce medical errors. Medical professionals outlined how VerStrip would be a welcome addition to their workflow and have high adoption rates by hospitals and clinics.
By supporting nurses and preventing medication errors, VerStrip will help keep healthcare harmless. Thank you.
Could you just explain when in the manufacturing process those strips are being put on? Are those are single-use syringes usually, or multiple-use ones? And how does the strip survive any heat treatment?
Our strips are temperature resistant with our protective polyurethane coating, so it should be able to withstand a lot of different temperature changes. We plan to partner with syringe companies to be able to get these pre-packaged onto syringes so that nurses don't have to put them on themselves. They can be single-use syringes mostly, like in the cases of insulin and such.
I have a follow-up to your answer to that. Have you guys done any effort in studying how open are those syringe companies to partnering with something like you guys?
So currently, while that is a very important step we plan to take in the future, right now most of our testimonials and traction has been with nurses and biomedical engineers. So in the future, once we gain more feedback from our users, we would want to show this to syringe companies and show them that users would be interested in this, and then take those steps to partnering with them.
How quickly does the strip react to when the medication is drawn into the syringe?
It's an instant reaction. So like we tested with our prototype, as soon as we draw in the, we use the temperature CLCs, but as soon as we draw it in, it will immediately change color. So it's instant.
And this is unique because a lot of medical devices rely on chemical reactions, which can take time and depend on certain conditions to be correct. But since this uses optical properties, we don't need to wait for any chemical reactions to occur.
We have time for one more question.
So since this is done optically, have you looked at conditions to when someone draws the liquid, the medication in? Is there something favorable or unfavorable to the light that needs to be present when this is checked?
That's a great question. As we want this to be applied to as many settings as would be useful for, currently we saw that there's no necessary conditions except that the nurse or professional would need to be able to see the strip. It's not necessary that the lighting in the room is a certain way or anything like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Anna. I am the Corporate Engagement Manager for STARTedUP Foundation. First and foremost, I want to say congratulations to all of the teams here today. This is a day to celebrate. You've worked so hard, and so congratulations to all of your hard work. At STARTedUP Foundation, our mission is to bring innovation, entrepreneurship, and real-world problem solving into the classroom. But we cannot do that without our support from the community. So if you're interested in getting involved, there are 3 ways. First off is investing. So we have a $400,000 goal this year to achieve through our community partners. We have volunteering, so we're anticipating 150 educators to come through our program next year. So if you're interested in speaking or mentoring this fall, we'd love to have you. And then referring. Do you know a class or a school or a business or an individual you think that would be a good fit for our foundation, we'd love to have them. So come see me after the event, and thank you. Next up, I'd like to welcome VitaFlex Plus from Westfield High School.
Hi everyone, good morning. We are VitaFlex Plus. I'm Sam Foster and I'm the CMO.
I'm Liv Bates and I'm the CEO. And before we get into our presentation today, I kind of just want to give you guys a breakdown on what VitaFlex Plus is. So we combine high-grade kinesiology tape and non-adherent gauze to make the amplified bandage. About a year ago, Sam and I came up with the idea for our product when I had a ton of nasty warts on my knee. And as a volleyball player, my warts were constantly ripping off and I had to take 10 to 15 minutes with the athletic trainer getting my knee wrapped. Even after all this time, it was still super uncomfortable and would often cut off circulation to the lower portion of my leg.
I had a similar issue. I run track and field and my spikes did a lot of wear and tear on my feet. I had to spend a lot of time in the training room and I was constantly worrying about missing my event, missing my warm-up time, and that is not a pressure that you want to have to deal with when you want to perform at your best.
Other problems other than the application time that Sam and I have faced are bandages falling off, skin irritation, a high risk of infection that truly should never be there when you're using any sort of bandage, and then the inclusion of PFAS or the forever chemical. This is linked to causing cancer, so it was essential that we kept this out of our solution.
That is why we came up with VitaFlex Plus. It is a high-grade, hypoallergenic, PFDA-free tape with a hypoallergenic gauze that makes sure that you can perform the best of your ability without all that application time. So these are just some of the nasty things that you don't have to deal with that we can take care of. Me personally, again, like I said, my spikes, I've had a lot of blisters, and firsthand, I've used our product. I've used VitaFlex Plus in my practices and meets, and I know that firsthand this does work.
So here's a few versions of our prototype listed above. We use the butterfly shaped cut for all of our kinesiology tape. We found that this has the most adhesion to your skin and it's going to make your Band-Aid last the longest. We also use a paper backing that you may have seen with brands like Band-Aid. This is going to protect the acrylic adhesive that we use and once again make your Band-Aid last as long as possible on the court or field. We also use non-adherent gauze compared to regular gauze because if you use a Band-Aid with regular gauze and you rip that off, you're putting yourself at a high risk of reopening your wound.
Okay, so not only do we want an exceptional product, we also want exceptional packaging. That is why we use 3D printed material to create slick and easy access to our product. And we really do think that our packaging holds the integrity of our product, and that's really what we wanted to value.
So here's a few images of our prototype in action. And then just a quick breakdown of our cost for you guys. We are selling each unit for $22 and it costs us $3.35 to manufacture. Our fixed costs are about $810 per month, and this is when we plan to run our 30-day TikTok and Instagram campaign. The break-even point is about 43 units, and the average revenue/cost per month is $955.
Okay, so I know a lot of you might be asking, why can't we just go with the old handy-dandy Band-Aid? It's been around for so long, it does wonders. However, if you want to perform well and if you want to perform at the best of your ability, the Band-Aids just do not cut it. Me personally, the Band-Aid falls off my feet 200 meters into my race, and I still have 600 meters to go, so it just creates more problems and more issues, and that's why we created VitaFlex Plus.
So we've run some market research surveys in the past, and we found that our product is both a need and a want. As you can see listed above, we have a graph depicted here for you today. Running this market research survey had helped us a lot with finding out our target market, which we know now is athletes and those interested in sports. We've also conducted research and found that experts have been trying to get into the field of using kinesiology tape for wound care for many years, and we believe that our product is a stepping stone into that world.
While developing our product, Liv and I collaborated with some healthcare professionals. They've told us that they really do think that our bandage can succeed and it will do well in the field of healthcare. So before Liv dives into the investability, I just want to say that
This venture truly is realistic, and Liv and I both have the passion, and that just goes so far, and we really do think that we can succeed. Yeah, like Sam mentioned, we are getting ready to go right to the market, which is why the majority of our costs are going into our material costs. It's going to be important for us to keep up with the demand of our customers and make sure that we have as many units as needed. The rest of our costs are going to go into our marketing and promotions because it's going to be important for us to differentiate ourselves from our competitors. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
So have you got any market research to get to know interest? Because I haven't seen like how many customers you project. Who do you think you will partner with? Are you going to go to Band-Aid and try to sell your technology to them? Is it protected yet? So I didn't see a lot around product development or traction. So if you can elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, so we want to sell our product directly to the consumer. We have thought about selling it to like athletic trainers or physicians directly, but as of right now, we do want to sell to the consumer. And one of our next steps is giving out samples of our product to help generate interest before we actually start selling.
We're very lucky. We live 5 minutes away from the sports complex Grand Park. So our target market is literally right in our backyard. And Liv and I really want to take advantage and give out free samples, put booths out there just to kind of spread the word of our idea.
I'm just curious about, assuming you were to launch an ad today and a marketing campaign today, just walk me through some of the vision of that, who you're going to be targeting, what's the ideal result for that clicker, right?
So since a lot of the people in our target market athletes are younger, we do want a campaign on TikTok. The $810 of fixed cost that you see there, I think it costs about $300 for the in-feed ads, which if you don't know, that's on TikTok. When you first open the page, that's going to be the ad that's provided there for you. Yeah, just the branding on social media is going to be important for us since our target market is so much younger and on those apps.
I think you're asking $22 for a unit of how many strips would be in there? Is that affordable for a high school athlete who has to use multiple strips per race, let's say, or per meet?
So usually like what people do, KT tape, which is usually a lot more expensive, KT tape rolls can cost around $30. So our product is definitely a lot cheaper than most of our competitors. So inevitably you'd be saving money.
Yeah, like Sam mentioned, I know I've used kinesiology on myself. I'm an athlete. I've had to buy rolls before that were like up to $40 for just a small piece of like tape that didn't even have the healing aspect. Other than kinesiology tape, another like common solution is using so many different types of wraps, and that's just going to be super expensive for the trainer themselves.
Time for one more question.
You guys are choosing to go and target like specifically the athletes. What made you choose that route instead of going, for example, going to athletic departments and selling the product to them since they have more money to pay you?
Because the biggest thing we're trying to steer clear of is the application time, and being in those training facilities and training rooms, that just took so much time, and that's where all the stress and anxiety just really came from. So we thought like taking it like in our own hands and putting like the bandages on our own wounds would really just steer clear of those long waiting times in those training rooms.
Yes, the biggest idea with our product is keeping athletes out of the training room and completely, and making sure that they're still on the court. They can they can put the bandage on the bench in 15 seconds and get right back out on the court. Thank you.
Hi everybody, how are we doing today? Yay, awesome. Oh, students, how do you do this? I'm terrified. Okay, my name is Ava Wettrick. I've been with the organization for a little bit of time. I've seen this thing grow and change. And speaking of growing, changing, and learning, I want to talk a little bit about getting connected. We do so much all throughout the year. From now until June, people say, is this all you do? The answer is no. Throughout the whole year, we do so many cool things for our students, our teachers, our community, with our volunteers. And we showcase all of it online. So if you guys would like to, we have so many fun social media channels you can check out. My personal favorites are Instagram and LinkedIn. Actually, I did not know this. Some of the students here today did not know that I created individual graphics for each of them. They look like CDs. I think they're cool. Please check them out. Yes, definitely check them out if you have the chance. And you know, if you would like to, yeah, that's the best way to get connected with us, keep up with what we're doing. I have a fun newsletter. Every month I get to interview our teachers and say, what have you guys been up to? We always love keeping people posted. And also, I run all the accounts. If you want to reach out to me personally, this is the best way to do it. So if you'd like to get involved as a volunteer, if you're a student or maybe you're a sibling of a student and want to get involved, or if you're a teacher that might not be a part of our program and want to learn more, right here, best way to do it. I think that's my time. Thank you guys so much. My apologies, gang. I am going to be introducing OrthoCare from Carmel High School.
Hi, my name is Zoe Bawat, and I'm the founder of OrthoCare, which is a medical device concept company focused on redesigning orthopedic surgical tools. Alright, so the reason OrthoCare was inspired was based on my own personal experience with multiple orthopedic surgeries. When I was about 12 years old, I was diagnosed with hip dysplasia, which is a genetic condition where the hip socket is too shallow to properly support the femoral head. And due to that, I was in physical therapy for 3 years, but ultimately I underwent the corrective surgery at age 15 on both of my hips called a periacetabular osteotomy, or a PAO. The PAO procedure is basically where the surgeon will cut and rotate the hip socket to make it better fit the socket so that the ball can properly move throughout the socket. Throughout the process, my surgeon has inspired me to pursue a career just in orthopedic surgery, and through that I was able to shadow him through one of my classes, and I got the amazing insight on to see the firsthand inefficiencies that affect surgeons, operating room staff, and even the patients themselves. Alright, so for understanding the problem, the main tool that is used during a PAO is called the Gons osteotome. It is a manual tool that cuts the hip bone when the surgeon is rotating the hip. To use it, the surgeon has to hit the end of it with a mallet to be able to cut the bone and then rotate it. Oftentimes, the osteotomes are made of different materials and different sizes, like the picture shows. And when I was shadowing him, he had one made of like a actual grip material like silicone with a metal end plate, and then the larger one was made out of wooden, which was very difficult for him because he had to constantly switch between the different sizes. So OrthoCare solution is now a better handle that provides more grip stability and support during the surgery, and it has interchangeable blades. This benefits the consistent feel and the reduced hand fatigue, and then also can increase the surgical performance so the surgeon does not have to constantly readjust their grip and have a different feel of the instrument as well. So the features of the tool is that on the handle there's this stainless steel strike plate that allows the surgeon to have a better force going into cutting the bone, and then the silicone handle provides the better grip with also like bodily fluids that might make it slippery. And then the interchangeable blades fit securely with a quarter turn side lock that allows for the quick changes. Alright, so for the competitors, some competitors include Stryker, Zimmer, Biomet, and ACLab. Their osteotomes focus on the increased surgical performance and sometimes the grip and also like the increased efficiency. But OrthoCare provides all of that with also the consistent handle size and materials, since it is easier for the surgeon to have one handle constantly without having to constantly switch between the different sizes. So for some goals and milestones, in 3 years, I want to be able to have a clinically viable osteotome set that is ready for market, and is also, I also want to be able to have partnerships with manufacturers and other medical facilities like hospitals.
willing to buy this. And then in 1 year, I want to be able to finalize a prototype that has the correct materials like the stainless steel and the correct grip, and also gather more feedback and more validation from other medical professionals. And then I currently have a model that demonstrates the walking concept and overall design concept. And then so OrthoCore's unique design is that it improves the surgical ergonomics and the workflow efficiency in the operating room. And then it also can reduce the hand fatigue that the surgeon can experience and also reduces the time spent switching your tools. The tool OrthoCore solution also improves how the surgeons can interact with their instruments and not just give them a whole new instrument that they are not used to at all. When I was shadowing my surgeon, Dr. Tom McKinley, in the operating room setting, he said that when he is on his 3rd PAO surgery of the day, having a tool that is designed to reduce hand fatigue would be very beneficial to him, because each of these surgeries can last 3 to 4 hours, and with having to constantly switch between those different tools can constantly provide cramps in your hand and mess with the precision of the surgery as well. So for costs, the average fixed monthly cost would roughly come out to be $6,833, and then that would yearly come out to $82,000. And then for variable costs, the estimated cost per tool would come out to be $256.37. So to sell for the retail price for the OrthoCore solution is $640.93, which you would make it a gross profit of $384.56 if we were to sell it at $256.37. Some other revenue options can also be bulk discounts. For example, if we were to sell 5 sets for 5%, you would get a gross profit of $1,922. And also there's maintenance kits and customization options, so if the hospital wants their logo or whatnot. All right, and so for primary customers, they would be orthopedic surgeons specializing in hip preservation and PAO surgeries. And then the secondary customers would be the hospitals and healthcare systems, which they all value tools that provide improved outcomes. So although I'm still on the prototyping stage, OrthoCore has significant progress. I've already gotten 1 major hospital network and 1 surgeon who are interested in purchasing and buying this product and this tool as well. And then OrthoCore is a strong investment due to the high demand and willingness to pay for improved tools. A $1,000 investment would support prototype development, materials, and professional consultation, which all accelerates the testing and refinement. And then with scalable production and strong margins, that all can create potential for meaningful results while improving patient outcomes.
Thank you.
I'll ask a question. Is this instrument a one-time use, or what's the lifespan of the tool?
The lifespan of the tool lasts until it breaks, basically. So the current osteotomes that they have now, basically once the blade itself gets dull, they just send it in to get sharpened, and that's also something that I was looking for, or I was going to potentially go into as well. So they can send the tools back to us for a discounted price, and so we can sharpen them as well. But if it's made out of surgical stainless steel, my surgeon did say that he's never had an osteotome break, even with hitting the force needed with the mallet.
So do you have a patent to protect this from being replicated by?
Yes. Yeah, I'm starting the patenting process right now, and I'm currently getting that all set up and getting everything I need to submit the patent.
So just a little bit of advice. So you presented, and that's public disclosure. So you need to also see if presenting to an audience will prevent you from patenting. So next time, maybe patent before.
Yep.
Thank you, Zoe, for telling your story, and also for showing us these kind of almost medieval-looking tools that used in surgery. And I'm curious about the sanitation of it. This kind of mix between the steel and the silicon. When you look at cooking tools, for example, they're often hard to clean. There's always some goo in between. Is that an issue? And also the other competitors, I would think that they are also designing those tools based on ergonomic issues that the surgeons feed back to them. What makes your approach unique in that respect?
So I would say that it makes mine unique because so with like cleaning it, it allows you to take apart the parts and clean each one individually. And then I know for one of my competitors, it was Stryker. They do make the interchangeable for different tools. They make interchangeable bits, but those are with only electrical tools. Nobody that I've found that I've researched has been able to make or that has made modular tools like handheld tools for like complex surgeries like a PAO or ones that require as much force. And then with this, with you were asking about the steel or like the different materials of the handle. So basically, the handle would have a metal or a stainless steel middle of it core, so that when you hit the steel end with the mallet, it would create more force since it's metal on metal. It would create more force and allow the surgeon to have a better force going into the bone, and then also while improving the increased grip.
We have time for one more question.
I'm just curious if you know what the thought process is of a doctor or a hospital if they're choosing to purchase or choosing not to purchase. Just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, so when I was talking to my surgeon, he was one of the ones who said, or he was the one who said that he would be willing to like test my tool and buy my tool as well. He said that oftentimes they do look for tools that they know that will provide an impact and benefit to their hospital itself. So he said that if this tool is able to reduce the operating room time and reduce increase the patient outcomes, it will provide the hospital with more marketability and like more business. And so if multiple people who get this surgery or who have improved outcomes from this tool, they will be able to like promote the hospital, and the hospital will be able to get more sales and more revenue from the tool that they buy.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next is the team from Rebuff Jesuit Preparatory School. The team is RSRX.
I'm Jack Hamilton. I'm Shane Mon, and we are RSRX.
Drugs don't work in patients who don't take them. The former U.S. Surgeon General couldn't have said it better, and that's what we are addressing here today. Non-adherence to medications. I first noticed non-adherence in my mom, who wasn't taking her medications as prescribed and had adverse side effects because of it. Shane noticed the exact same thing in his grandparents. This is a common issue. This is why we made RSRX. We are a secure, AI-powered medication adherence platform that improves health behaviors for patients and financial outcomes for employers. We solve the human problem. Most of the time, people don't take their medications as prescribed are human reasons. They forget, they're traveling, they forget to refill it, they're vacationing, they don't perceive they need it, or for cost reasons. These are all preventable reasons, and we're here to solve them.
Non-adherence is a nationwide issue. 50% of patients with chronic conditions are non-adherent. This causes $300 billion in annual wasted healthcare costs, including 125,000 deaths and 69% of all hospitalizations. We conducted 2 expert interviews with local physicians. Dr. Scott Dolis, a surgeon, talked about the life-saving surgeries that he's had to make because of non-compliance. Dr. Ninad Shah, a gastroenterologist, commented on the increased hospitalizations he saw because of non-adherence. These are 3 extremely expensive medications that cost thousands of dollars per month. If you're not adherent, you're not just wasting all that money that was put into the drug, but can also cause even worse health effects than not taking the drug at all.
This is why we have our 4-point solution to non-adherence. First, we have patients record themselves taking the medication on our app, where that video is then securely uploaded to our backend, where we have a trained AI review the videos for whether a patient has been adherent or non-adherent. That information is sent back to us, where we now have actionable data over non-adherence.
After speaking with multiple advisors, the implementation path that we landed on is through employer health benefits. We go straight to the employer, who then gives our app to the employee who is on the specialty medication. If the employee is adherent, they continue having the health benefits of the medication as they should and are continued to be covered. Now, if the employee is not adherent, here is where RSRX comes in. We leave countless of reminders, notifications, warnings, and alarms, both through our app and the employer, to get the employee to be adherent. If after all that they still aren't, then we shift their health plan to a more flexible therapy that can still increase their health, but can also save the cost of the specialty medication for the employer.
We are very proud of the interface we've developed thus far. At the end, we'll have a QR code where you can scan it and see just what the interface looks like on your phone. Security and encryption is very important to us. When dealing with HIPAA regulations and protected health information, we use the industry standard of Amazon Web Services in order to have all of our information secure and keep everything perfect.
We have a huge market for our app. 86 to 89% of private sector employees have access to health benefits, or about 150 million people. Of those, 5% are on specialty medications. That causes 50% of all the annual pharmaceutical spending. That 5% is about 6 to 7 million people. If we have a 10% market capture, or 680,000 people, we can make $150 million in profit. We operate on a per beneficiary per month model, where we charge $25 per user per month. This is in comparison to VDOT, a live medication reviewing platform that charges $65 per month. Our lower costs will allow for easy market entry.
Our main cost projections are derived from the development of our app. As we develop our app, our marginal costs decrease over time, and we are a company meant to scale.
We have no actual competitors in our marketplace, but the existing solutions for our problem are subpar. They're either inflexible, expensive, or impossible to scale. Our solution fixes all of these. This brings me to our unique value. We are the only solution on the market that gives verified proof of adherence and can accommodate thousands of users using our AI technology capability.
This brings me to my favorite slide, our traction slide. First, we've established ourselves as an LLC, and we have a business associate agreement. Then, we went to those within the industry, such as LHD Health Benefits. They gave us insight on how to remediate the spiraling out of control specialty medication costs for businesses. Then, we went to United Healthcare, who gave us more insight on how we can directly combat non-adherence and how we would fit into the sphere of healthcare overall. Using this feedback, we created the visual prototype I showed earlier. And the most critical part of our traction thus far has been that we have secured a clinical trial ready to use in the real world, RSRX, once we are a viable company. So this is where we need you. We need the $2,000 from STARTedUP in order to do this clinical trial. This would allow us to prepare our proof of concept in the real world and explore possible investors who would be willing to combat non-adherence.
As we've established, non-adherence is a human issue, and RSRX is here to fix it. Thank you. Feel free to scan the interface so you can see the app for yourselves. Thank you so much for allowing us to present here today, and we're happy to answer any questions.
I'm curious about the choice of customers. So your customer is the employer?
Yes, yes.
Why would I, as an employer, want to add the burden of monitoring my employees, whether they take their meds or not?
Well, the employer themselves aren't going to be the ones monitoring it. It's the app and the AI reviewing that will give them the data to show that. And the reason that we're going to the employer is because they spend thousands and thousands for the people that are on these specialty medications. And if any one of those people are not adherent, that's $10,000 per month that basically go down the drain if they're not taking it as they should. So if they can see the adherence and change their health plans, then they can lower the premium for their insurance and save them money.
So along those lines, have you interviewed any users of this? I mean, will employees give their employer the access to, I'm actually taking my medication?
So the employer doesn't actually see that specific employee due to regulations. A specific employer can't see, oh, our customer, our worker is taking this medication, because that's how protected health information works. but we use the most visually easy app, and we're going to have very easy controls for consumers to use in order to make this as easy as possible. We don't want people not taking their medication because our app is confusing. We want them for it to be accessible and easy for them.
Doesn't it make more sense to have the insurance companies be your customers, and then they can, scale their premiums based on, like, you're a compliant patient, we'll give you better premiums, you're not a compliant patient?
Yeah, so we, as we mentioned, we talked to LHG advisors and an executive at United Healthcare, and both of them told us that it's better to go straight to the employer because they can see the actual data and adherence cost savings. The insurance wouldn't be able to use it as well as the employer, and so with that advising, we were originally going to go to the insurance companies, but because of the advice that we got, we ended up going to the employer. Yeah, so LHC Advisors has access to hundreds and hundreds of employers and companies, and they're going to advise some to see if they would be open to using our app once it's up and running and we have our proof of concept.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm now going to invite Bernardo to share a little bit about Purdue's student entrepreneurship organization. It's long words. The Anvil.
Thanks, Don. Thanks, Don. I think this is... Whatever. I think you guys can hear me, right? Yep. Awesome. I have a pretty loud voice. First of all, thank you all for being here. By a show of hands, how many of you know that you're coming to Purdue next semester? That's awesome. Boiler up. I hope the ones that didn't raise their hands are because they're sophomores or juniors and are going to apply to Purdue and actually come. But whenever you come, I do want to get in touch with you. The ones that raise their hands, please come talk to me, because the Anvil is a student organization that aims to help you guys, student founders, that want to advance in their journeys. We host pitch competition, networking events, guest speaker events to get you started on your journey and help you with the right resources to succeed. So if you're interested, come talk to me, and I'll be more than happy to share any other opportunities. Well, thank you, Don, for the time, and good luck, pitches.
Also, another reminder, as some people are stretching their legs, there are some teams outside waiting, loving to talk to you, and during lunch, engage, talk to the kids, give them some feedback. They love it. All right, next up is Team Exit Point from Carmel High School.
Hello, my name is Zoya Syed, and next year I will be attending Purdue University to study biomedical health sciences on the pre-medical pathway.
And I'm Freddie Brubaker, and I'll also be attending Purdue next year to study pharmaceutical sciences. Today, we will be talking about one of the most expensive and overlooked operational failures in modern hospitals, the pressing issue of deadbed time. Over the past year, Zoe and I have been working as mobility techs at Ascension St. Vincent, Indianapolis. Together, we have accrued over 1,300 clinical hours, mobilized over 4,000 patients, and have each received 2 B awards for outstanding patient care.
While interning as mobility techs, we noticed the recurring issue of dead bed time. Whether it was a discharge nurse asking us to see if a patient's room was actually empty, or environmental services being unable to turn over the room, we found that this issue permeated all aspects of working in the hospital.
Deadbed time refers to the hours between when a patient physically leaves the room and when the nurse documents the discharge.
During this undocumented window, the bed still appears occupied in hospital systems. Environmental services don't clean the room, bed placement can't assign the next patient to the room, emergency room patients wait for beds that are actually empty, and the ER can't accept new patients due to a lack of space.
Ascension St. Vincent, Indianapolis sees roughly 2,400 deadbed hours per year due to delayed documentation.
Extended length of stay costs $145 per deadbed hour, and for a 300-bed hospital, that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per year.
The real cost of deadbed time comes from its clinical impact. Emergency department boarding raises mortality rates by 8 to 10%, and each year, around 500 patients leave the ED without being seen. This number of unseen patients represents between $10,000 to $15,000 per patient admission, totaling $5 million annually in potential revenue. When we interviewed Ascension St. Vincent's patient placement team, they told us that the current system relies on communication that occurs between nurses and charge nurses. When this communication breaks down, the system breaks down.
This is where our solution comes in. Exit Point consists of 3 components: a passive RFID bracelet worn by the patient, a doorway sensor unit that detects when the bracelet leaves the unit, and a real-time dashboard that updates room status instantly.
After the physician clears the patient for discharge, the system marks the room as vacant as soon as the patient exits the room. This requires no manual input, communication gaps, or delays.
This is the first iteration of our Exit Point prototype, and the following financial breakdown is based on the materials we used to create it.
Our hardware is intentionally simple and cost efficient. Each sensor unit is composed of 4 parts and costs approximately $20 to produce.
Each RFID bracelet costs 45 cents to make, making large-scale deployment financially feasible for hospitals of any size. The dashboard requires a one-time development investment of $14,250.
Ongoing operating costs are $1,475 per month, totaling an annual operating cost of $17,700.
For a 300-bed hospital, our pricing model includes a $10,000 per month software as a service subscription model and a $150 cost per sensor bracelet unit.
This generates $165,000 in annual revenue per 300-bed hospital, with strong margins across both hardware and software.
That revenue translates to $126,915 in annual profit with a 76.9% gross margin.
Due to the development of the dashboard being a one-time cost, each subsequent year after its initial launch would yield a profit of around $141,165 per 300-bed hospital, which would raise the gross margin to around 85.5%. Dead bed time costs a 300-bed hospital over $5 million per year due to delayed documentation.
Our annual price point is a fraction of that loss, and by reducing dead bed time, Exit Point not only pays for itself, it improves workflow, reduces stress, and gives hospitals a competitive edge in attracting nurses by giving them a system they actually want to work with. Operationally, hospitals benefit from faster environmental services dispatch, shorter turnover times, and reduced emergency department boarding.
By removing a step in the discharge process, staff gain clarity and time, and patients experience lower mortality rates and a smoother flow through the system.
Ultimately, hospitals see reduced length of stay, higher throughput, and increased revenue. By reducing dead bed time, hospitals reclaim capacity.
Exit Point is the only solution that offers automatic exit detection, real-time room status, and zero staff input.
Existing solutions fail to offer automated exit detection. They rely on nurses to manually update a patient's status, and they have no way to tell when someone actually leaves the room.
Because they only reflect what staff input into them, they often lag behind reality. That's why current solutions miss the moment a room becomes available and why dead bed time continues to build up.
So far, we've completed our first rough iteration of our prototype and have placed second at our school's pitch competition, received professional feedback from hospital personnel, and met with the entire executive team at Ascension St. Vincent, Indianapolis.
Currently, we are working on refining a second iteration of our prototype and applying for an LLC, a provisional patent, and a trademark. With our $1,000 from this competition, we would invest it in research and development to make improvements upon our current prototype.
Our roadmap includes a pilot with Ascension St. Vincent, expansion across Indiana, and targeting 300 to 500 bed facilities, both regionally and nationally.
Additionally, Exit Point can be utilized in any business or industry where manual status updates could cause risk or delay, such as hotels or manufacturing facilities.
Last week, we had the pleasure of meeting with the entire executive team at Ascension St. Vincent, Indianapolis. During our meeting, we were able to gain valuable feedback and insight to help us refine our product, as well as form avenues for a potential future partnership.
The Chief Financial Officer at Ascension St. Vincent, Indianapolis confirmed that Exit Point would be a worthwhile investment to the hospital due to its ability to remove the human error from the discharge process, as well as increase revenue through patient admission.
Hospital Operations Manager Valerie Holtz also said that Exit Point would be a lifesaver for hospital systems globally, both metaphorically and literally. Chad Dilley, the Central Region President for Ascension St. Vincent, confirmed that Exit Point would be able to solve an operational issue that is encountered by every hospital around the world.
Dead bed time costs hospitals hours, money, and lives.
Exit Point closes that gap by turning hours of delay into real-time action. Thank you.
My first question, I apologize if I missed this, but we're talking about the product itself. The sensors are outside each one of the rooms, in the doors of each one of the rooms, right?
So the way that we have it set up currently is we're gonna have them in the doorways of each unit. So in the hospital that we work at least, and how most hospitals are structured, each unit, they have only a certain amount of exits that you pass through. So we're planning on putting them at the exit points of the units rather than in every single doorway of the hospital, just to reduce costs and save installation costs and all that.
And reduce problems like, I'm going to the bathroom, don't use it.
Exactly. Working with us.
Yeah.
I don't spend that much time in hospitals, but I could swear that I already have those wristbands that were doing exactly that they had an RFID tag in them. Is what you're doing really unique? Is no other hospital is already using that technology at all?
So currently, the bracelet you're thinking of, it just has your patient health identification on it. So that has your first and last name, your date of birth. It also has a barcode on it that nurses scan whenever they're dispensing medications. Currently, at the moment, we have not found any other competitors in this exact same market as us for discharge processes. There are existing wristbands with mothers and infants that you may see in like NICUs and stuff, where it's basically if the mother is snatched away, not the mother, I'm sorry, the child, if the child is taken off the unit or out of the hospital, it emits an alert and it has location tracking in that.
And so the companies that provide, for Disney, if you go to Disney or if you run a marathon, these technologies seem to be readily available. The hospitals are just not using them.
It's somewhat similar, but they're not structured exactly for a hospital setting and for them to be compatible in the hospital environment entirely. It doesn't have the HIPAA protection that our product would have.
One more question.
My question is about reusability. Is this something that's reusable if I leave the hospital? Do I take it with me? Do I drop it off somewhere? And then also, like, to his question about using the restroom, if I step out of the room but I don't actually leave the hospital, is there a GPS component to this or something maybe in the future prototype?
So currently, the way that it works is it only works on the day that the patient is discharging. So the day that the patient is discharging, the physician sends in a discharge order. That will trigger the system, so it'll only know then if they're going through the doorway. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, as we begin to close out today's event, we want to pause once more and recognize all these champions that make today special and possible. A huge thanks goes out to our regional hosts and partners. Obviously, Purdue Innovates, Purdue University Certificate in Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, Indiana IEDC, and MISO. These partners aren't just providing the space and sponsorship, they're opening doors, they're opening up a lot of opportunities for our students, and they're showing us that there's a really bigger, bolder, brighter future in Indiana. So again, please give me a round of applause for our sponsors today. That all being said, we are now ready for Team 12. Last but not least, Team Argos from Zionsville Community High School.
Show of hands, who here has experienced a power outage before? When the lights go off, it seems random, but it's not. Behind the scenes, power plant operators each day receive over thousands of alerts, where one wrong mistake could lead to an outage costing millions. We founded Argos, the human coordination layer for power plants to solve this issue. My name is Tian Le. I'm an incoming freshman at UPenn studying AI and energy. I've also done research at Stanford.
My name is Ishan, and I've done 2 years of AI and sustainability research.
My name is Anthony. I've done research at IU Med, and I'm an incoming freshman at Purdue as a Beering and Lilly Scholar.
Combined, we have over 6 years of published energy research, and that's why we're solving this problem. Our problem is that power plant operators receive over 2,000 alerts per day, when realistically, they can only process around 200 to 300 of those alerts. This means that 69% of power plants experience unplanned downtime once per month, and only 1 hour of this unplanned downtime can cost power plants over $100,000 in losses. Our solution is Argos, an AI system that centralizes fragmented data streams, including assets, maintenance, and workforce data, to help power plants turn raw anomalies into actionable incidents. How do we do this? Our system automatically generates response plans intelligently and then dispatches workers based on skills, availability, and assets, all while tracking execution metrics. Let's take a look at the details. When we receive an anomaly, we immediately diagnose of what the problem is about and whether we should prioritize it or not. For example, a cooling system restriction. And then we move on to generating a response plan based on historical incidents this plant has faced and how they've solved them in the past, and also based on standard power plant procedures. And finally, we dispatch the right team on site to solve the problem efficiently. For example, in this case, a cooling system technician, an on-site operator paired with a supervisor. Our value proposition boils down to 3 points. Number 1, we save time classifying alerts. Number 2, we enable efficient action. And number 3, we directly reduce downtime costs.
Now let's take a quick look at our competitors. So while there are large-scale energy companies like GE, Vernova, and APMs like Aviva, these companies tend to focus on basic forecasting and maintenance, while Argos owns the AI-driven alert-to-action pipeline. This leads to our unique value. So essentially, Argos effectively navigates the gray area that comes between receiving the alert and resolving the alert. In addition, Argos is plan-specific. So as more and more incident objects are inputted into the system, Argos naturally relies on its plan-specific incident memory to continuously improve its action plan recommendations. Now, as for attraction, we've talked with numerous stakeholders in the field, and we've created an MVP geared towards their personal needs. So this is a dashboard where you can see a quick bird's eye view of everything, including things such as anomalies and KPIs. This is the action tracker, where in addition to seeing live anomalies, power plant operators can also see key information such as confidence and risk severity. This is the dispatch tab, where power plant operators can see worker availabilities as well as recommendations made by Argos for specific anomalies based on worker skill sets. Finally, Argos displays metrics that show not just how much time was saved, but how much money was saved in the process as well.
Let's take a quick look at market analytics. Our total attainable market is around 25 billion estimations from McKinsey. This includes all industrial asset operators. Our SAM includes coal, gas, and renewable portfolios because they include the most downtime risk. That's around 4 billion. And finally, our SOM is around 250 million, which includes US power plants and renewable operators with multiple fleets. So how will we get Argos to every single plant in the US and in the world? Our GTM strategy revolves around a 60 to 90 day read-only pilot, starting with one single plant asset and then scaling to the entire plant. We'll first focus on renewable teams because they face the most intermittency and also downtime risks. So how will we do this? We'll leverage our significant industry connections, such as with executives at MISO, the Midwest grid that serves over 45 million customers and also happens to be the sponsor of today's event. And anyways, we also have connections with Sempra Energy, one of the largest utility holding companies in North America. This GTM strategy is one of the most prominent right now because utilities are actively investing in reliability software.
So let's look at traction and awards. In recent times, we have gotten a lot of technical side awards. So for example, we were top 6 finalists at the M3 Challenge hosted by SIAM and Jane Street. Additionally, we were recognized by large organizations like the Sempra Foundation. We've also received early non-dilutive support from the LIL venture funds and other various pitch competitions. On the other hand, we've also gained lots of industry connections. As Chandler hit on, we've been able to speak with energy executives from large energy companies and venture funds. And we've also been able to meet with many stakeholders, 10 plus stakeholders across energy companies and power plants. Next, let's look at financials. With our model being a pilot to scale strategy, we want to have by year 2 around $35,000 in net profit. And by year 5, have around $500,000 in net profit. This is a result of our low COGS. The key point here is that each additional customer allows us to strengthen our margins and increase our work and funding towards our model. Lastly, our investability, with 45% towards product development with MVP refinement, with 25% toward piloting, the main way we're going to expand this business, 20% to data preparation and data integration, and then 10% to branding as we sell to other companies. a main portion of our work.
Thank you. We are now open to questions.
Follow-up question. Companies tend to not like external new platforms. How does yours integrate in the existing systems?
Yes, so I'll answer this question in two parts. So number one, Argos, our product basically integrates onto existing systems. So first, alerts have to be forecasted, right? So big companies like GE, Vernova, and APMs actually forecast the alerts, and our system is simply a layer that sits on top of that. As Ishan mentioned in our MVP, we integrate with multiple different systems that they already have. We're not necessarily replacing everything with Argos. We're simply facilitating by adding our system. And second, regulations. We know that you might ask about regulations in the energy industry, and that's a very good question. So Argos is basically it's not a hardware decisive system. So basically, it does not make decisions that actually change hardware and create actions that may lead to loss. It is simply a software that sits on top of existing systems. So we've already checked regulations. There's much less regulations that have to go in with that.
Your major clients are big corporations and big companies with very complex layers, and I assume they trust the companies that serve them already very trustable and structured and well-established companies. Why are they trusting you guys to build this for them and not a bigger company or somebody with more experience?
Yeah, I can speak on it a little bit. So when speaking with a lot of these like executives at these energy companies, we've learned that how there's some companies that have those major points of those companies that you spoke about that are very trustworthy. But there's also other companies that might have less reliable software. And going out to pilot with those, they have no risk in taking it. It's a pilot. They can try it and see if it works for them, and then they get the chance to do it. So I think if the idea there is that there's less risk with them, it's just, yes, there's a possibility that they do improve it. And we're continuing to use their work to help them.
And real quick, let me just add on to that. We have a very clear scaling pathway. So our connections and industry connections, they've actually introduced us to many of these power plants. So that's a source of trust. And they've also introduced us to these grant programs with the Department of Energy, because the Department of Energy and these grant programs obviously have their own network of power plants that are trusted. And when we apply for those, we gain access to that network. And in addition, I'd like to add that, as I talked about before, so we build the MVP specifically on these pain points we observe. So we engage in discussions with numerous potential clients such as Doral Renewables LLC, and we talk to them, and this is what the industry needs.
My question is a little more, I guess, technical. So let's assume that I have this, I own a manufacturing company, and an alert happened. How are you matching my ideal employee, supervisor, et cetera, to the problem? Like, just walk me through a little bit of the technical matchmaking.
Yeah. So this is the tab for the team coordination, the dispatch tab. So if you look at all of these different employees, let's say we have maybe 50 workers in a power plant. We create a living skills graph of their, like what kind of incidents have they worked on in the past, their success rates, what have they, gone to school for, what are they specializing in? And we're able to use, this graph and our machine learning to be able to coordinate, what's the best team. There's also, other factors like who works well with who. If James frequently works with Robert, then maybe we'll pair them as well. There's all different types of metrics that go into that, and it's very dynamic and it's very adaptable.
How is that employee alerted? Let's assume that I work in there and I'm an employee. I'm being matched with a group or individually.
So this dashboard is for power plant operators. It's the eagle's eye view for the manager, right? They want to see all the different live anomalies happening, all the different, things that's going on, the KPIs. And then when we reach an actual anomaly, you click on one, you can see the process of that and the status of that. And when you have an anomaly put out, we are integrated with, team coordination software, like for example, Slack and whatnot, and this immediately gets sent out to all these different employees, okay, and they give them a very clear response plan, okay, do this, do this, do this, what time should you, estimate, maybe it'll take 50 minutes or 2 hours, what are you shooting for, and we track metrics in real time.
That's all the time we got. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of all, a round of applause for all 12 teams. That's two different rounds of applause. A round of applause for Kevin for squeezing in 12 where normally there's 10, and we've ended on time. Kevin. The man that makes everything efficient, Kevin Shamel. And we've had a lot of questions. Why 12 teams? I think that you've seen why. To cap it at 15 was going to be hard. We didn't want to stay here for another hour. So this is the... by the way, the people online, thank you for your DMs. We've been getting some feedback there too. This has just been incredible. And also a round of applause for the students and the teachers that came here as well for bringing your students as well. Thank you so much. I also ask kindly that we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to have the time you can connect with some of the students that are out there in the booths. Also, the competitors, you have some questions for them, and then a moment of silence for our judges. I say this every year, but yikes! Good luck. But we will be breaking now for the next hour. If again, for the students and competitors and judges, we have some lunch for you. Other than that, thank you. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Oh, and Jiminy Christmas, Kevin even put it in big, bold, and italicized. Ask people to come up to the stage. Finalists, student finalists, please come up and let's grab you a picture really quick. Before, we always like to get the picture before the judgment. Everybody's smiling until they realize they didn't come first. Kevin went. Robert, are we okay to go? Are we live still? Robert, are we live? Okay. I still have to delay a little bit because I don't have the results and I'm waiting on Kevin. But in the meantime, because this is they know this is when I go off script, and I'm not gonna get emotional because everybody's like, at any rate, I hate to see. How should I say this? Every year I get like, I don't like seeing disappointment because I know how much like work you put in, and I've talked to a lot of you already, but I just want to state publicly how proud I am. But no one cares. Like you're like, who won? That all being said, and actually in talking to you, a lot of you started to understand, and I say this every year. So if you guys are new, you know it's coming. I don't care if you win. I care that you're here. I care that you're different. I care that you stuck your neck out to say, I want to do something. We're living in a time where you guys are more and more and more rare. And I cannot tell you how I'm talking. Actually, I've also learned a lesson. They don't like to be called employers anymore. They're like, our job is not to employ. Our job is to be successful. We want successful people. We don't want to just employ. And when they meet the likes of you, my job is incredibly easy. I cannot tell you how rare you people are. So for that, my gratitude. The other thing I was joking about is I was just saying to two of our teachers and their students, when I was in the classroom, my last thing I'd say on the last day of school, I said, my favorite part of being your teacher is no longer being your teacher, but I hope to know you for a long time. So you ready? Yeah, I will hear in a second. And so, oh, good, everybody's filling in. So Started Up is here. If you need some recommendations, feedback, intros, all that good stuff, we're always here and in your corner. That all being said, and Kevin's back. Judges, if you'd like to say a few words, would love to hear from you guys. Go from right to left.
Wow. Let's see. Is this the one? Test. Yes, we hear me. Wow. This is one of the toughest judgings that I've done, and I do these all around the state. Just a privilege to be invited, and it's been a privilege to meet you guys very briefly. I would love to meet each and every one of you individually, so please grab my information, and anything I can do to help you get connected or continue with your innovations and ideas, it would be my honor. Yeah, so somebody's gonna win today, but to echo what Don said, you guys are champions, sort of already. You just getting in the way of opportunity is probably 90% of being successful in life, and you're doing that today. So salute to you, and excited to follow along as you guys continue to do your thing.
I want to say I was blown away by all of you guys. Seriously, because you're so good, way beyond the grade level. Judging was hard because it's like a close second between each one of you, so you have hold your head up high. It doesn't matter if you don't win, just know you were again a close second behind the person who won. I'm so proud of you. Let's keep hoping for the future of Indiana as you're the new generation, and congratulations to those who win or those who win. You are winners in our eyes, all of you.
Yeah, I will echo what everybody has said. You guys did a fantastic job. Being a Purdue grad, we would welcome all of you. You guys have done a fantastic job. Look forward to see where you're going to go, what you're going to do, and how your ideas progress. I come from a design background, and we use the term once in a while of answering a question that nobody asked. And I didn't see that here at all. I think you guys had very thoughtful ideas. Your problem-solving approach was spot on, and I congratulate all of you. Thank you.
What is this, Coachella? No, I think what I want to say is that you have opportunities here that my generation, for example, didn't have. I think when I went to high school, I didn't know anything at all. And so I think you need to be grateful for having these opportunities here. At the same time, I realized that I think everybody here in this room is extremely competitive. And so losing today, which most of you will, is no fun at all. But it is that resilience building exercise that you're doing here today that really defines an entrepreneur. You will most of the time get rejected, disappointed. It's always, often failing. You do the preparation right. Actually, the success rates are quite high, but it is a lot about kind of crying in your pillow at night because, again, you didn't get the contract or you didn't win a competition. But going through all that and going on and doing all this above and beyond all your regular school obligations, I mean, that's really what sets you apart. That's why, and I think what Mike said, you're most welcome here. And if you go to MIT and Stanford, hopefully you'll come back for some graduate work. But either way, this is a great opportunity for all of us to see this new generation, and we're happy to spend today with you. But also, you know where to reach us now. We're always ready wherever you go.
I just want to resonate with each one of you said already. You guys are all great teams with great potential just for being here. So there already a lot of differentiation from the rest of the crowd. And just keep in mind that the most successful people are also the ones with the most amount of failures. So a failure is not the end of the path, it's just a step towards success. So maybe today was not your day, but it will be someday if you keep going. And you take this failure as a moment to learn and to act on that.
Big hand for our judges who had very difficult tasks. So again, a big thank you to Purdue Innovates for hosting this incredible regional event and the teachers also that supported it and got the students here. And to the students, if your team is not selected for the first place winner, remember that we take up to 3 wildcard teams for the state finals. And several times the wild card has won state and because it's an ongoing process. Also, if you're looking for the feedback cards, Alyssa has those available to you if you want to get those feedback. Also, again, before I reveal today's winner, we invite you all to continue to be a part of your journey by being a part and being at the StartedUP Challenge State Finals, which is June 12th at Butler University. And also one more shout out to the Alumni Association. If you make it to the regional finals, you're in our inner circle. I was joking to the kids, I want to know you for the next 20 years, which will make me 73. So, without further ado, and I just got known, this is so exciting, I like it. The winner of first place for this region's 2026 StartedUP Region 2 is OffSense. Who's our photographer? Here we go.
You hold this check.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Kevin on the other side.
3, 2, 1. Great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Words of wisdom.
I'm kind of in shock right now, honestly. Sana, do you have any words of wisdom?
I think I kind of just want to echo what the judges have said and what everyone's been saying. I mean, even during our interview in that little random room, really a lot of this has been about resilience. I mean, Rhea and I have been working on innovation projects for years now, and we've had so many ideas that never went anywhere. But I think I would like to think at least that those ideas that never went anywhere have brought us to where we are today here with this idea that we're really hopeful for that we'll continue working on. So yeah, to all the rest of you, I know I was telling Rhea and everyone else, so many of you guys' ideas were so cool, and I was like, oh my god, can you believe they have this whole app set up and they're doing all of these cool things. So really you guys inspire us, and we hope that we also inspire you guys in some way. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming out. Again, if you are a part of this, just keep in contact with us. Make sure you have the Alumni Association. We'll stick back and take any questions or anything else. But until then, we will see you guys at state finals. Thank you so much.
With the advancements in the healthcare system,
Well, it was not to be, but nonetheless.
I'm getting a nice, like, official photo here. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. That was good.
Hey, you guys stay here until we come get you.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Mr.
Harper, do you want a photo with them?
Sure.